Hallo und herzlich willkommen zur Tagung Hate Not Found, das Deplatforming der extremen Rechten und seine Folgen. Mein Name ist Mile und ich werde heute durch diese Tagung führen. Am Anfang möchte ich erklären, worum es eigentlich geht. Soziale Netzwerke, Plattformen sind immer mehr ein Ort geworden, an dem sich Hass verbreitet, an dem sich rechtsextreme und antiaufklärische Gruppen bilden. Das haben auch die Proteste gegen die Corona-Maßnahmen leider aktuell ziemlich deutlich gezeigt. Die Betreiber von den Plattformen werden sich über dieses Problem bewusst und sie nutzen verschiedene Wege, um diese Dynamiken einzugrenzen. Zum Beispiel, indem sie Nutzerkonten, die gegen die Richtlinien der Plattform verstoßen, den Zugang verwehren. Das nennt man dann Deplatforming. Und das ist eine effiziente Methode. Deplatforming der extremen Rechten beschreibt also die Sperrung und Löschung von rechtsextremen NutzerInnen und deren Konten, also von denen, die das Netz für ihren menschenverachtenden Aktivismus benutzen. Deplatforming wurde schon immer mehr zu einer Praxis und hat Rechtsextremen teilweise auch schwere Schläge versetzt. Allerdings gibt es kaum Forschung zu den Mechanismen und zu den Wirkweisen von Deplatforming. Aber dafür sind wir ja heute hier. Auf dieser Tagung wird nämlich eine neue Studie vorgestellt, die der Frage nachgeht, wie sich das Medienverhalten von Hassakteuren verändert nach Deplatforming und wie sich Deplatforming auf die Mobilisierung der rechtsextremen Bewegung auswirkt. Diese Studie wird vom Wiener Institut für Demokratie und Zivilgesellschaft, kurz IDZ, herausgegeben. Die Autoren und Autorinnen der Studie sind Mike Fielitz und Caroline Schwarz mit Unterstützung von Jana Hitziger. Diese drei haben auch diese digitale Konferenz hier organisiert und wir werden später noch von Mike und von Caroline hören. Also, a warm welcome to all international guests at home. We're pleased that you joined our live stream for the conference Hate Not Found, the Deplatforming of the Far Right and its Consequences, organized by Mike Fielitz, Caroline Schwarz and Jana Hitziger from the Jena Institute for Democracy and Civil Society. This project has been funded by Facebook Germany. And as you noticed, I just switched between the languages, just spoke German, now English. It's because this conference is a bilingual experiment. And we're going to switch between English and German because our inputs and discussions will be held in English. We're very pleased to tell you that we have a lot of international guests and they will speak in English. And just in a second, I will present you our program so you can have a little overview of what will be done here today. Ja, jetzt auch nochmal auf Deutsch. Diese Konferenz ist ein bilinguales Experiment. Ich switche zwischen Deutsch und Englisch hin und her. Das wird auch im Laufe des Tages noch so passieren, denn wir haben tolle internationale Experten, Expertinnen, die ihren Input meist auf Englisch präsentieren werden. Und ich möchte nun das Programm vorstellen, damit alle sich vorstellen können, was man heute so erwarten kann. Wir beginnen um 13:15 Uhr mit der Vorstellung der Ergebnisse des Forschungsprojekts Hate Not Found mit den AutorInnen. We'll begin the conference in roughly 10 minutes with a presentation of the findings of the research report by the authors. Um 14 Uhr erwarten wir dann die Keynote-Rede von Professor Cynthia Miller-Idriss von der American University in Washington. Sie wird über die digitalen Sphären des globalen Rechtsextremismus sprechen und auch Möglichkeiten der Intervention in den Blick nehmen. At 2 p.m., our keynote speech with Professor Cynthia Miller-Idriss from American University in Washington, D.C. is scheduled, and she will talk about the ever-broadening digital ecosystem of the far right, along with new possibilities in online interventions. Dann um 15 Uhr beginnt unser erstes Panel des Tages. Das erste Panel steht unter dem Motto The Politics of Deplatforming the Far Right. Our first panel of the day will be scheduled at 3 p.m., and we will discuss the politics of deplatforming the far right. Um 16:15 Uhr beginnt dann das zweite Panel, ist ein direkter Übergang. Und auf diesem zweiten Panel werden wir über den Fokus auf Alternativen zu Plattformen sprechen, also starke Communities, die sich gegen rechte Einflüsse wehren. Our second panel, Creating and Strengthening Resilient Communities, will follow directly after the first panel, and it will begin at 4:15 Uhr. Und dann freuen wir uns noch auf unser Abschlusspodium mit dem Titel Wie stoppen wir den Hass? Das findet dann um 18 Uhr auf Deutsch statt. Und dort haben wir auch einen besonderen Gast, und zwar Justizministerin Christine Lambrecht, die dann noch hier sprechen wird. The final plenary of our conference will discuss the question how we can stop the hate from very different perspectives, but unfortunately, this panel will be held in German, unlike the other ones. We don't have any translation, we're really sorry for that though. Wenn wir jetzt nicht gerade in einer globalen Pandemie stecken würden, dann würden wir uns wahrscheinlich alle zusammen an einem Ort finden, um hier bei der Tagung zu sein. Allerdings stecken wir in einer Corona-Pandemie und haben aber trotzdem einen Weg gefunden, diese Tagung durchzuführen, nämlich digital von zu Hause aus. Und wir haben gut 200 Teilnehmende im Konferenzforum House Space. Hallo auch an euch und an Sie. Ich freue mich, dass wir diesen Weg gefunden haben, um dort eben alle zusammenzukommen. Denn das Forum bietet Platz für Austausch von Ideen und Expertise. Und außerdem, wie bei einer normalen Tagung dann auch, kann man über das Forum mit den Vortragenden in Kontakt kommen. Und natürlich ganz, ganz wichtig, was wir auch unbedingt wollen, die Fragen. Ihr könnt Fragen stellen, euch an den Diskussionen beteiligen, bei den Panels, bei der Keynote, genau, einfach das House Space benutzen. Und falls es Fragen geben sollte, einfach mit unseren Moderatoren Madison Moore und Oliver Saal sprechen. Yeah, so due to the pandemic, this conference takes place digitally and remotely, but we have an internal conference forum, the House Space. Really excited to say that you can connect there, you can discuss, and you can also ask some questions. So if there are any questions, please just contact our moderators. Ja, und bevor wir dann auch mit unserem ersten Grußwort beginnen, möchte ich noch einmal sagen, die Studie wurde herausgegeben vom IDZ Jena. Das IDZ realisiert Projekte zur Förderung der demokratischen Kultur in Trägerschaft der Amadeo-Antonio-Stiftung. Und wir freuen uns sehr, dass wir heute den Geschäftsführer der Amadeo-Antonio-Stiftung hier haben, um ein kleines Grußwort zu sprechen. Deswegen begrüße ich jetzt Timo Reinfrank. Hallo.
Guten Tag, liebe Gäste zu Hause an den Bildschirmen. Ich freue mich sehr, hier heute bei Ihnen sein zu dürfen, Sie begrüßen zu dürfen. Ich glaube, es ist eine außergewöhnliche Tagung mit wirklich führenden Experten und nicht nur Expertinnen und Experten, sondern auch Entscheidungsträgern. Das finde ich besonders spannend, dass wir ja auch heute mit der Politik, mit der Bundesjustizministerin sprechen können. Da freue ich mich sehr drauf. Ich will nur ganz kurz was zu den beiden Institutionen sagen. Nie hat das schon gesagt. 2021 jährt sich zum 10. Mal die Selbstenttarnung des nationalsozialistischen Untergrunds. Und dieser Anlass war auch das Gründungsmoment für das Institut für Demokratie und Zivilgesellschaft, was in Jena beheimatet ist. Und mit dieser Gründung des Instituts ist natürlich auch verbunden, dass wir weiter alles tun wollen, dass es nicht zu weiteren Radikalisierungen kommt, dass wir Minderheiten stärken und unterstützen. Und das ist auch eben der Gründungsanlass der Amadeo-Antonio-Stiftung. Amadeo-Antonio ist vor 30 Jahren von Neonazis ermordet worden. Und auch das ist unser Anlass, uns intensiv gegen rechte Gewalt, Rechtsextremismus oder eben auch Hetze in den sozialen Netzwerken zu stellen und alles zu tun, damit es nicht weiter zunimmt. Das heißt aber eben nicht, obwohl wir da parteiisch sind, dass wir nicht auch wissenschaftlich arbeiten. Das beweist diese Studie. Und das heißt eben auch, dass wir einen ganz starken Impetus auf Grund- und Freiheitsrechte legen. Ich glaube, das ist in diesen Zeiten nicht nur in Deutschland wichtig, sondern angesichts autoritärer Bestrebungen weltweit hat das auch eine große Relevanz, weil wir sehen ja, wohin das führt, wenn man Rechtsstaatlichkeit nicht ins Zentrum rückt. Weil gerade Deplatforming auch nicht unumstritten ist, lassen Sie mich zumindest einen Punkt noch ergänzen. Wir haben lange gesehen, gerade in Ostdeutschland, was passiert, wenn Rechtsextreme in den Parlamenten sind. Das war natürlich einerseits problematisch und andererseits hatten wir das erste Mal das Gefühl, dass wir ernst genommen werden, dass das Thema und das Problem ernst genommen wird. Und als sie dann glücklicherweise wieder rausgewählt worden sind aus den Landesparlamenten, war es auf einmal wieder kein Thema. Und ich glaube, das ist mir wichtig im Umgang mit Deplatforming, dass wir sicherstellen, dass es eine Methode ist, ein wichtiges, erfolgreiches Moment auch, aber dass wir eben auch gucken, dass wir uns längerfristig damit auseinandersetzen. Und da habe ich auch Vertrauen, dass nicht alle, aber einige soziale Netzwerke eben auch da eine langfristige Strategie verfolgen. Und lassen Sie mich noch einen zweiten Punkt ergänzen. Heute Morgen bin ich aufgewacht mit einer Push-up-Nachricht und ich habe gesehen, es gab wieder fast 30.000 Neuinfektionen in Deutschland. Es gab 598 Todesopfer. durch Corona, und das ist nicht nur ein Moment, um innezuhalten, sondern das hat eben auch die Konsequenz, dass wir uns nach der gesellschaftlichen Verantwortung dafür fragen müssen, wer verbreitet eigentlich Desinformation, wer instrumentalisiert eigentlich die Corona-Krise, und ich glaube, auch dafür haben wir eine gesellschaftliche Verantwortung, und deswegen finde ich es umso wichtiger, wenn soziale Netzwerke eben auch gucken, was auf ihren Plattformen passiert und sich nicht zum Superspreader von Hass und Hetze machen. In dem Zusammenhang freue ich mich eben auch, stellvertretend Johannes Baldauf für Facebook Deutschland für die Unterstützung dieser Studie zu danken. Vielen Dank.
Lieben Dank, Timo Reinfrank. Wir haben noch ein zweites Grußwort, und ich freue mich sehr, sagen zu können, dass diese Studie von Facebook Deutschland finanziert ist, denn Wissenschaft funktioniert ohne finanzielle Förderung leider nicht. Und wir haben hier einen Vertreter von Facebook Deutschland, und zwar Johannes Baldauf. Er ist Public Policy Manager und wird ein Grußwort für uns sprechen. Ich sage Hallo, Johannes.
Hi, thanks. Yeah, like Nii just said, my name is Johannes Baldauf and I'm part of Facebook's public policy team in Germany, and I have a special focus on hate speech, right-wing extremism, terrorism and anti-Semitism. It's a great pleasure for me to welcome you all to the Hate Not Found conference, and I'm really glad that this conference is finally happening and that we at Facebook can support this conference. Not only because it's about a very important topic, but also because it's happening with so many experts I personally really admire. And so, thanks to the Amadeo Antonio Foundation, to Dr. Matthias Quent and his Institute for Democracy and Civil Society for doing this. But also a very special thanks to Caroline Schwarz, Mike Fielitz, and Jana Hitziger for not only organizing this conference, but also for conducting the study of the effect of deplatforming. Of course, as an American company, we believe in free expression. And we want Facebook to be a platform where different points of views can be discussed openly. At the same time, we want to ensure that Facebook is a safe place. And so we know that we must set limits, be it terrorist propaganda or take hate speech, for example, which we define as someone directly attacking a person or group based on characteristics like race, gender, or religion. And we all may disagree where we want to draw the line when it comes to hate speech. And I believe even in this audience, many people would disagree with each other when it comes to discussing where to draw the line. But I also know that we all share the same goal, fighting hate speech on our platform and in society. And for years, there's this ongoing discussion about hate speech, and many experts speaking and watching today are warning about this even longer. And politicians, experts, and civil society organizations rightfully demand that social media companies, including Facebook, need to do more. And we are aware of this responsibility, and we've made progress. We are getting better and better in identifying and removing hate speech, especially thanks to the investments in technology, people, and of course, and I think this is really important here today, because of the cooperation with so many experts and civil society organizations that are watching here today. And so I'm really glad that this is happening. But our responsibility is bigger than just removing content, because sometimes it's not enough to just remove single pieces of content. Sometimes we need to remove whole organizations, individuals, groups, and ban them from our services. This process is described as deplatforming. We know that this is a powerful tool, so we don't take deplatforming lightly, because it severely interferes with someone's voice. And by the way, we have also defended such things very often, or sometimes from time to time, before courts in Germany. But we also think it is justified and important to deplatform those entities. And I guess it's also not a surprise to anyone in the audience that many, not all, but many of those entities are from the far right. For a long time, experts are saying that just removing content is not enough because it just makes things invisible and it's not affecting anyone's belief or ideology. It may even strengthen their racism, sexism, anti-Semitism. And the same is true when it comes to deplatforming. And this leads us, in my opinion, to the question how we as a society, and I think we heard it before from Timo Reinfrank, how we as a society want to deal with right-wing extremism, or to be more specific, what measures do we consider justified? Is it okay to publicly shame someone into losing his job? And when exactly is it okay to deplatform someone, to limit someone's voice? Is it really the end justifies any means? And are we okay with shrinking an audience in exchange for a smaller but often more radical group? And I think, especially because of this, it's so important for us at Facebook to support the study that is presented today. Because none of us can solve the problems alone. We need to understand and discuss how we can combine our efforts, how industry, policy, and civil society can work together effectively, because we share the same goal. And so I'm really happy to welcome you all to this conference on behalf of Facebook, and where we can discuss all those problems and questions I've just outlined. And so again, thanks to Dr. Quent, thanks to the Institute for Democracy and Civil Society, thanks to the Amadeo Antonio Foundation, and a very special thanks to Caroline Schwarz, Jana Hinziger, and Mike Fielitz. I'm really looking forward to this event today. Thanks.
Thank you, Johannes. Danke, Johannes. Wir haben jetzt die Namen der beiden Co-Autorinnen der Studie öfters gehört, Mike Fielitz, Caroline Schwarz. Ich freue mich sehr, Sie gleich hier begrüßen zu dürfen, denn Sie werden ein paar Studienergebnisse diskutieren. Aber vorher möchte ich Sie noch kurz ankündigen. Caroline Schwarz ist Projektreferentin am IDZ sowie Journalistin mit Schwerpunkte extreme Rechte und Desinformation. Und Mike Fielitz ist wissenschaftlicher Referent am IDZ mit den Schwerpunkten Rechtsextremismus und Digitalkultur. Ich freue mich, dass Sie jetzt ein paar eurer Studienergebnisse darstellen werdet und bin ganz gespannt.
Ja, vielen Dank, Nie. Vielen Dank für die Vorstellung. Vielen Dank vor allen Dingen an Alex Berlin, die diese Konferenz möglich machen, dass wir hier auch vor Ort sind. Und im Endeffekt hoffen wir dann natürlich auch, viele Leute zu erreichen über unsere Livestreams und vor allen Dingen die Menschen in dem Housepace, in dem interaktiven Forum, das wir aufgebaut haben. Wir grüßen recht herzlich und hätten uns natürlich gefreut, alle hier zu sehen. Aber wir hoffen, dass das so auch funktioniert. Caroline und ich werden jetzt in den nächsten 30 Minuten versuchen, zentrale Ergebnisse unserer Studie vorzustellen. Wir machen das, wie Nie auch schon begonnen hat, zweisprachig. Das heißt, ich werde das auf Deutsch vorstellen, Caroline auf Englisch. Und ja, wie Sie sich vorstellen können, ist das natürlich ein kleiner Ausschnitt der Studie. Wir können jetzt in 30 Minuten nicht das wiedergeben, was wir auf 80 Seiten geschrieben haben. Von daher laden wir Sie gern ein, die Studie unter idz-jena.de herunterzuladen oder eben auch zu bestellen über die E-Mail-Adresse, denn sie liegt auch als Printversion vor.
As promised, we will have this discussion in English and German, so I will take the German part. So we will take the next 30 minutes to talk about central key facts from our study. This is, of course, only a small part of it. You can download our study on our website, which you can find online. So thanks for having us and being with us here today.
Okay, beginnen wir mit dem Ausgangspunkt unserer Studie. Wie Nie auch schon angesprochen hat, sind soziale Medien immer mehr zu einem Ort geworden, wo Rekrutierung und Propaganda rechtsextremer Gruppierungen und Individuen stattfindet. Sie werden zur Publikation organisierter Hassrede genutzt, zur Vernetzung antidemokratischer Akteure und zur gezielten Desinformation. Die Art, wie Betreiber großer Plattformen mit solchen Inhalten umgehen, hat also großen Einfluss darauf, also auf die Sichtbarkeit, auf die Organisation und auch auf die Handlungsweisen rechtsextremer Akteure. In Deutschland zeigt sich spätestens seit 2015, wie abhängig die extreme Rechte von den digitalen Infrastrukturen ist, die große Plattformen bereitstellen. Die interaktiven Elemente werden dazu genutzt, um direkt mit einer breiten Masse zu kommunizieren und die Öffentlichkeit zu manipulieren. Besonders schwer trifft die Akteure daher natürlich die Sperrung ihrer Accounts, das sogenannte Deplatforming. Also die Sperrung von Accounts rechtsextremer Konten und die Verweigerung des Zugangs zu den Plattformen. Die Folgen und Umgangsstrategien von Hassakteuren im Zusammenhang mit Sperrungen zu untersuchen, war Ziel des Forschungsprojekts, das Caro und ich in den letzten 9 Monaten durchgeführt haben.
Social media has become the primary grounds for recruitment and propaganda among far-right groups and individuals. It is used for publishing organized hate speech, networking between anti-democratic actors, and spreading targeted disinformation. The way in which tech companies deal with this sort of content has a major impact on the visibility, organization, and modes of action for far-right groups and individuals. In Germany, since 2015, at the latest, it has become clear just how dependent the far-right is globally on the digital infrastructures of large-scale platforms. They have become accustomed to communicating directly with a broad mass of followers and to manipulating the public at large. Blocking their accounts, the so-called act of deplatforming, deprives far-right actors of central communication platforms and impacts their scope of action particularly hard. The aim of our research project at the IDZ was to investigate the consequences of deplatforming as well as the strategies hate actors develop to deal with account bans.
In unserer Studie haben wir am Beispiel deutschsprachiger Hassakteure untersucht, wie sich Deplatforming auf das Medienverhalten und die Mobilisierungsfähigkeit der extremen Rechten auswirkt. Uns interessierten vor allem 3 Fragen. Erstens, welche Einbußen Hassakteure durch Löschungen hinnehmen müssen. Zweitens, wie sich durch Löschungen die digitalen Kräfteverhältnisse in der extremen Rechten verschieben. Und drittens, wie Hassakteure mit Sperrungen umgehen und wie sie ihre Mobilisierung in sozialen Medien neu ausrichten. Gleichzeitig ging es uns aber auch um die Probleme und Dilemmata, die das Deplatforming mit sich bringt. Denn mit der Löschung von Accounts ist das Problem des Rechtsextremismus natürlich nicht gelöst. Vielmehr entstehen neue Dynamiken in der extremen Rechten, die ihre Kommunikation zunehmend auf unmoderierte Plattformen oder ins sogenannte Dark Social verlagern, wo sich das Private mit dem Öffentlichen stark vermischen. Nichtsdestotrotz ist der Zugang zu großen Plattformen unerlässlich für rechtsextreme Akteure, um Reichweite zu generieren und den Schein von Normalität ihrer Position zu wahren. Beides wird ihnen mit dem Deplatforming genommen.
In our 9-month study, we investigated how deplatforming affects the media behavior and mobilization capacities of the far right using the case of hate actors who are relevant in Germany. We were primarily interested in 3 questions. First, what losses do hate actors face as a result of deletions? Second, which actors are affected by ban and deletion, and how does this alter power relations among the far right? And lastly, and third, how do hate actors deal with blocks and how do they reorient their mobilization in social media? At the same time, we were also concerned with the problems and dilemmas that deplatforming bring with it. After all, merely deleting their accounts does not solve the problem in itself. Rather, new dynamics have been emerging in the far right with a shift of communication to unmoderated platforms or the so-called dark social, as well as marked mixing in the private and the public. Nonetheless, access to major platforms is essential for the far right to maintain a facet of normalcy.
Wie sind wir also vorgegangen? In einem ersten Schritt haben wir einen Datenkorpus erstellt, anhand dessen wir die Dimension des Deplatformings von Hassakteuren darstellen. Hier auch in der PDF zu sehen. Das heißt, uns hat zunächst interessiert, wie weit das Deplatforming Verbreitung gefunden hat. Wir haben 55 einflussreiche Hassakteure identifiziert, die in sozialen Medien eine besondere Relevanz haben. Diese Relevanz messen wir an dem Zusammenspiel von Reichweite, Aktivität, der Kapazität zu plattformübergreifendem Handeln und der Eigenständigkeit der Akteure. Wir greifen auf die Terminologie von Hassakteuren zurück, um anzudeuten, dass viele Akteure, die heute den Ton in der extremen Rechten angeben, von klassischen Organisationsformen abweichen. Oft sind es Influencer, sogenannte Alternativmedien und Verschwörungsideologen, die mit wenig Ressourcen bedeutenden Einfluss auf den politischen Diskurs nehmen. Durch ihren eifrigen digitalen Aktivismus vermarkten sie ihre metrischen Kennwerte in sozialen Medien, also Likes, Views oder Follower, als Messlatte für die Güte ihrer Positionen. Aber auch klassische rechtsextreme Akteure wie Parteien und Bewegungen nahmen wir in unsere Untersuchung mit auf. Wie auf unserer Grafik zu sehen ist, färbt sich eine steigende Zahl von Accounts schwarz. Das heißt, die schwarzen Felder, die Sie hier sehen in unserer Tabelle, sind die Folgen von Eingriffen von Plattformen, also die Folgen von Deplatforming. Wir sehen auch Davon sind mehr als die Hälfte aller Fälle betroffen. Das heißt, 29 Hassakteure haben die eine oder die andere Plattform in den letzten Jahren verloren und können diese nicht mehr für ihre Mobilisierung nutzen. Wir sehen aber auch, dass Maßnahmen sehr unterschiedlich durchgesetzt werden. Das heißt, während Akteure wie das Compact-Magazin auf Facebook gelöscht wurden, können sie sich dann aber gleichzeitig wiederum auf YouTube frei artikulieren. Andersherum gibt es Beispiele wie den identitären Rapper im Prototype NDS, dessen Musik auf YouTube verboten wurde zu teilen, wohingegen er auf Facebook weiter hetzen kann. Eine von wenigen Ausnahmen bildet der identitäre Aktivist Martin Sellner, der seit Mitte dieses Jahres nun von allen Plattformen gesperrt ist. In absoluten Zahlen hat Facebook im Jahr 2020 an Attraktivität für Hassakteure stark eingebüßt. Mit 20 Sperrungen haben die Betreiber die meisten Akteure gesperrt oder gelöscht. YouTube bietet Hassakteuren nun die größte Reichweite unter den Mainstream-Plattformen. Auffällig ist, dass die relativ meist genutzte Plattform allerdings Telegram geworden ist. 96% aller unserer untersuchten Akteure nutzten diese Plattform als eine Art kommunikative Basis. Ohne moderative Eingriffe befürchten zu müssen, vernetzen sich Rechtsextreme hier und archivieren ihre Propaganda. Akteure haben dort inzwischen eine ähnlich große Reichweite wie bei Facebook-Seiten. Andere Alternativplattformen, wie beispielsweise Gap oder V-Kontakte, können in Deutschland bisher keine Massendynamiken auslösen. Sie bleiben kommunikative Nischen und sind nur im Zusammenspiel mit kommerziellen Plattformen bedeutsam.
So by now you're probably asking yourselves, how did we proceed? So at the first step, we created a data pool that we used to depict the dimension of deplatforming hate actors. That is, we were first interested in how widespread deplatforming is in the German-speaking context. We identified 55 influential hate actors who are particularly relevant on social media, and we measured their degree of relevance based on the interplay of first reach, then activity, the capacity to act across platforms, and the autonomy of these actors. You can see those actors behind me. We use the specific terminology of hate actors to suggest that many of the actors setting the tone on the far right today depart from the classic forms of organization. They are often influencers, alternative media outlets, or conspiracy theorists who exert significant influence on political discourse with few resources. Though through avid digital activism, they see their metrics on social media as a gauge for the relevance of their positions. As can be seen on this chart, over half of the hate actors have been affected by interventions on the part of tech companies. But we can also see that these actions were enforced quite differently. That is, while actors like the Compact magazine were deleted from Facebook, they can continue to articulate themselves on YouTube. Conversely, identitarian rapper Prototype NDS has been banned from sharing his music on YouTube, but is still active on Facebook. One of the few exceptions we have found is Martin Sellner, who has been blocked from all major platforms since the middle of this year. In absolute terms, Facebook has lost a lot of its attractiveness, sorry for that, for hate actors in 2020. With 20 bans, Facebook has blocked or deleted the most actors from the platforms we looked at. YouTube now offers hate actors the greatest amount of reach among all the mainstream platforms. Strikingly, however, the most widely used platform has become Telegram. 96% of the actors we looked at use Telegram as a base of their activities, and without having to fear any intervention by moderators, far-right extremists network amongst each other and archive their propaganda there. These actors now have similar reach there as they had via Facebook pages. Other alternative platforms we've might have heard about, such as Gab or VK, have not yet been able, at least, to generate mass dynamics in Germany. They remain communicative niches and are only relevant in combination with commercial platforms.
An der Entwicklung auf Telegram zeigt sich, dass sich gerade in Corona-Zeiten neue Dynamiken Bahn brechen. Während viele bekannte rechtsextreme Organisationen kaum Zuwächse zu verzeichnen haben, sind es vor allem verschwörungsideologische Einzelakteure, die über ihre hyperaktiven Accounts an Bedeutung gewannen. So übertreffen einige Posts von den rechten Influencern Oliver Janich oder Eva Herrmann die Reichweite etablierter Medien. Mit jeweils über 140.000 Menschen, die sie per Push-Nachrichten direkt erreichen können, ist ihr manipulatives Potenzial ungleich höher als das von Kameradschaft und rechtsextremen Parteien. Mit ihnen konkurriert eine Riege von rechtsextremen Selfmade-Aktivisten und Alternativmedien um Aufmerksamkeit. Die meisten von ihnen agieren ohne feste organisatorische Basis und verkaufen rechtsextreme Ideologie als Lebensstil, was nicht zuletzt ein lukratives Geschäft ist. Zudem exponieren sich Einzelpersonen aus Organisationen wie etwa der erwähnte Martin Sellner als Influencer. Das erschwert eine Unterscheidung zwischen individuellem und kollektivem Handeln.
The growth of the far right on Telegram also demonstrates that new developments have taken place this past year, especially since the COVID-19 pandemic. While many well-known far-right organizations have hardly experienced any growth, it has mainly been individual actors related to conspiracy theories who have gained in importance through their hyperactive accounts there. For example, actors like Oliver Janich and Eva Herrmann exceed the reach of established media. Each of them is able to reach over 140,000 people on Telegram via push messages. Their manipulative potential is incomparably higher than that of far-right brotherhoods or some of the far-right parties. A growing pool of far-right influencers is competing for resources here as well. Far-right influencers operate without a stable organizational basis and sell far-right ideology as a lifestyle. Accordingly, individuals from organizations such as Martin Sellner from the Identitarian Movement in Austria assume the role of influencers, which makes it difficult to distinguish between individual and collective action.
Auffällig beim Deplatforming ist, dass häufig in Wellen vollzogen wird. Das heißt, dass selten ein politisch relevanter Akteur allein gelöscht wird und sich zudem das Verhalten der Plattform angleicht. Zumindest geraten Betreiber in Erklärungsnot, wenn sie politischen Akteuren weiterhin eine Bühne geben, während andere Betreiber diese Akteure als schädlich für ihre Communities identifiziert haben. Wir haben anhand einer Periodisierung Muster am Deplatforming identifiziert, die uns Rückschlüsse auf die Durchsetzung solcher Maßnahmen gegen Hassakteure geben. Auf Grundlage unserer Daten lässt sich zeigen, dass vor einigen Jahren vor allem neonazistische Organisationen vom Deplatforming betroffen waren. Dazu gehörten unter anderem die Parteien Die Rechte, der Dritte Weg und die NPD. Das Jahr 2019 war stärker von Einschränkungen gegen identitäre Aktivistinnen und Aktivisten und Gruppen geprägt. Dies betraf ihre Akteure besonders hart, weil ihr gesamtes Politikmodell auf die Vermarktung rechtsextremer Ideologie über soziale Medien abzieht. Ohne eine Resonanzfläche für ihre inszenierten Aktionen verlieren die Aktionen selbst an Bedeutung. Denn ohne ihre sozialen Medienkanäle haben identitäre Aktivisten keine Möglichkeit, diskursiven Druck aufzubauen, damit andere Medien über sie berichten. Ihr Ansatz der Metapolitik ist unter diesen Bedingungen zum Scheitern verurteilt. Deutlich zeigt sich der zunehmende Bedeutungsverlust eben auch am Beispiel der Netzwerkorganisation 1%. Ohne dass Menschen nicht über die algorithmische Verbreitung ihrer Posts auf Nachrichten in ihren Timelines aufmerksam werden, verlieren auch ihre provokativen Auftritte an Schlagkraft. Nachdem ihre Klage gegen die Löschung auf Facebook und Instagram abgewiesen wurde, konnte die Gruppierung keine neuen Akzente setzen. Gerade vorgestern erst wurde zudem ihr YouTube-Kanal gesperrt. Im Jahr 2020 zeigte sich weiterhin, dass das Deplatforming zunehmend sich gegen Akteure richtet, die Desinformationen im Kontext der Corona-Pandemie verbreiten. Neben Akteuren wie das rechtsextreme Compact-Magazin, das wir bereits erwähnt haben, wurde auch der Verschwörungsideologe Oliver Janich und die Verschwörungsbewegung QAnon von den Plattformen verbannt. Ab dem Sommer 2020 wurden daher unter dem Verweis auf die gefährdenden Inhalte im Pandemiekontext Rechtsextreme von den Plattformen verwiesen. Hierin wird anscheinend eine deutliche Grundlage gesehen, die Gemeinschaftsregeln der Plattformen durchzusetzen.
What is striking about deplatforming is that it is often carried out in waves. This means that a politically relevant account is rarely deleted on its own, and the behavior of the platforms also converges. At the very least, operators can get into explanatory trouble when they continue giving political actors a stage after after other operators have identified these actors as harmful. We have identified patterns in deplatformings based on the progression of deplatformings, which allows us to make inferences about the enforcement of such measures against hate actors. A few years ago, mainly neo-Nazi organizations were affected. Among these were extremist parties like Die Rechte, Der Dritte Weg, and the NPD. The year 2019 was more marked by restriction against identitarian activists and groups. This hit these actors particularly hard because their entire political model is built on social media, and without a sounding board for their staged actions, they lose significance. This is because without their social media channels, identitarians have no way to build discursive pressure for other media to report on them. The increasing loss of significance can be clearly seen in the example of the network organization, 1%. Without people noticing their posts via algorithmic distributions, their provocative appearances have also been losing clout. After its lawsuit against the deletion on Facebook and on Instagram was dismissed in a court case, the group has been unable to set a new course. And just 2 days ago, their YouTube channel was also banned. In 2020, it became apparent that deplatforming was increasingly being directed against actors who spread disinformation in the context of the COVID-19 pandemic. In addition to actors such as the far-right Compact magazine, the conspiracy theorist Oliver Janich and the conspiracy movement QAnon were also deleted from platforms. As of the summer of 2020, right-wing activists have been expelled from platforms such as expelled from platforms in response to dangerous content in the context of the pandemic.
Es überrascht ob der Umstrittenheit der einzelnen Entscheidungen nicht, dass sich das Deplatforming zu einem zentralen Thema unter Hassakteuren entwickelt hat. Die gemeinsame Stilisierung als Unterdrückte soll dabei die Solidarisierung untereinander und somit den Zusammenhang in Bezug auf ein gemeinsames Feindbild stärken. Die rechtsextreme Kampfansage an Plattformen fügt sich in eine breitere von rechts lancierte Debatte über freie Rede, politische Korrektheit und die Ablehnung der etablierten Medien ein und vermischt sich mit Verschwörungsnarrativen, wonach die Plattformbetreiber der verlängerte Arm politischer Eliten seien. In diesem Kontext wurden die Entscheidungen zum Deplatforming oft politisiert und spektrenübergreifend zu einem Kampagnenthema auserkoren, um sich als Verteidigerin der Redefreiheit zu stilisieren und die gegenwärtige Situation als Meinungsdiktatur zu kontrastieren. Rechtsextreme Akteure leisten also einen interpretativen Aufwand, um Rückschläge in sozialen Medien strategisch zu rahmen. Wir haben uns daher genauer angeguckt, welche Probleme Hassakteure rund um das Deplatforming diskutieren, welche Probleme und welche Ursachen sie identifizieren, das sogenannte diagnostische Framing. Hier sehen wir klassische rechtsextreme Narrative, dass eine politische Zensur patriotische Ideen in Anführungszeichen unterdrücke. Im selben Atemzug porträtiert man die Bundesrepublik als totalitäres Regime, auch um sich selbst mit den Dissidenten im Dritten Reich und der DDR gleichzusetzen. Besonders auffällig ist, wie sehr fehlende finanzielle Einnahmen über den sozialen Medienaktivismus bemängelt werden. Dies deutet an, wie selbstverständlich es ist, für Rechtsextreme vorher gewesen ist, mit ihrem Account direkt oder indirekt Geld zu verdienen.
It is therefore not surprising that restricting access to social media has become a heated topic among hate actors, reinforcing solidarity and cohesion among the far right with a reference to a common enemy. The far-right battle against deplatforming fits into a broader debate launched by the right about free speech, political correctness, and the rejection of established media. One that mixes with conspiracy narratives stating that platform operators are an arm of the political elites. In this context, the decision about deplatforming have often been politicized and chosen as a campaign theme across far-right spectrums in order to style themselves as defenders of free speech and stated in contrast to the current situation as a dictatorship of opinion. Far-right actors make an interpretive effort to strategically frame the social media backlash. Considering this, we first took a closer look at the problem hate actors addressing regarding deplatforming and where they pinpoint its causes, which we call diagnostic framing. Here we see classic far-right narratives being used about political censorship, suppressing what they call patriotic ideas. In the same breath, they ascribe to the Federal Republic of Germany as the status of a totalitarian regime, thereby equating themselves with the dissidents of the Third Reich and the GDR. It is particularly striking how much criticism is made regarding the loss of revenue from social media activism. This indicates that how natural it used to be for the far-right extremists before to earn money directly or indirectly on their accounts.
Okay, schauen wir uns an, was als Lösungsansätze diskutiert wird und die Ideen, wie man mit den bestimmten Problemen, die wir gerade angesprochen haben, umgeht, wird deutlich, dass der Wechsel auf andere Plattformen als zentrale Handlungsoption diskutiert wird. Denn während viele Hassakteure ankündigen, rechtliche Schritte einleiten zu wollen, tun das nur wenige und noch weniger haben damit Erfolg. Zunehmende Bedeutung gewinnen aber auch Backup-Kanäle, wo Inhalte archiviert werden. Zudem wird dazu aufgerufen, sich neue Kanäle unter anderem Namen zuzulegen, um weiter auf den Plattformen zu bleiben.
When we look at what is being discussed as a solution strategy, as well as ideas about how to overcome a particular problem, the prognostic framing, it is clear that switching to other platforms is considered the primary option. This is because while many hate actors announce their intention to take legal action, only a few of them do so, and those who have done it in the past had little success. Backup channels are also becoming increasingly important. Here there is a call to acquire new channels under a different name for different projects and to remain on the platforms.
Schließlich soll der Diskurs über das Deplatforming Menschen auch zum Handeln animieren, das sogenannte motivationale Framing. Im Vordergrund steht der Aufruf zu finanzieller Unterstützung und Solidarität. Das weist einmal mehr darauf hin, wie abhängig sich Hassakteure von den jeweiligen Plattformen gemacht haben und wie sehr sie sich nicht nur politisch, sondern eben auch wirtschaftlich von dem Deplatforming getroffen fühlen. Es wird weiterhin dazu aufgerufen, die Mitteilung von gesperrten Akteuren auf den Plattformen zu teilen oder ihnen auf anderen Plattformen zu folgen.
Finally, the discourse surrounding deplatforming is also meant to encourage people to act, which is the motivational framing. The focus here is on the call for financial support and solidarity. This once again underscores just how dependent hate actors have made themselves on the respective platforms and how much deplatforming affects them not only politically but also financially. Hate actors call on others to share the messages of banned actors or to follow them on other platforms.
Es überrascht also nicht, dass Hassakteure aus dem Diskurs heraus verschiedene Umgangsstrategien testen, wie sie mit Sperrung umgehen. Denn Repression trifft bekanntlicherweise Innovation. Nee. Sorry, denn Repression schafft bekanntlicherweise Innovation. Dabei sehen wir, wie bereits mit verschiedenen Strategien ein potenzielles Deplatforming bereits präventiv antizipiert und die Darstellung der Botschaften angepasst wird. Das betrifft zum einen ein semantisches Mimikry, vor dessen Hintergrund bestimmte Schlüsselwörter oder Symbole vermieden werden und die Kommunikation bewusst ambivalent gehalten wird, um Kritik abzuwehren. Dazu zählen humoristische Formen der Selbstzensur, wenn beispielsweise rechtsextreme Podcasts fragwürdige Aussagen mit einem Piepton unkenntlich machen. Damit soll bereits angedeutet werden, dass die Meinung angeblich nicht frei gesagt werden dürfe und die eigenen Aussagen in einem anderen politischen Kontext radikaler wären. Andererseits ist auffällig, wie sehr Hassakteure auf visuelle und audiovisuelle Formate zurückgreifen. Memes, Sharepics und andere bildbasierte Formen der Kommunikation vermitteln politische Inhalte ungleich subtiler und assoziativer. Sie vermeiden die Klarheit von textlichen Aussagen und sind ambivalent in ihrer Interpretation, meist mit ironischen Untertönen. Sind Hassakteure erstmal mit dem Deplatforming konfrontiert, müssen sie zwangsläufig ihre Strategie anpassen, um handlungsfähig zu bleiben. Viele Aktivisten können es sich einfach politisch und finanziell nicht erlauben, vollkommen auf Mainstream-Plattformen zu verzichten. Daher nutzen sie verschiedene Wege, um ihre Inhalte weiterhin im digitalen Mainstream zu platzieren. Sie unterwandern also Sperrungen. Dies passiert entweder über eine loyale Masse, die sich Hassakteure auf Alternativplattformen aufbauen und indem sie sich neue Konten bzw. Fake-Accounts anlegen, mit denen sie ihre Inhalte weiter über die gesperrten Plattformen teilen. Der Pegida-Gründer Lutz Bachmann zum Beispiel hat nach jeder Sperrung seines Facebook-Profils mit einem neuen Profil wieder auf Facebook weitergemacht und über Telegram seine Anhänger auf die neue Seite gelotst. Schließlich bleibt Hassakteuren die Abwanderung aus dem digitalen Mainstream, wenngleich dies gefährlich ist, weil sie mit ihrer Abwesenheit auf den großen Plattformen ein Stück Normalität verlieren. Wenig oder nicht moderierte Plattformen und Foren dienen Hassakteuren als sichere Häfen, über die sich im Idealfall neue Communities aufbauen lassen. Und verschiedene Plattformen wurden für die eigenen Interessen dafür gekapert. Massenhaft funktioniert das in Deutschland bisher nur über Telegram, dem neuen Treffpunkt aller rechtsextremen Akteure. Um Informationsfreiheit zu gewinnen, gibt es aber auch die Bemühungen, sich eigene digitale Infrastrukturen aufzubauen. In Deutschland wird das mit alternativen Videostreaming-Plattformen versucht, scheiterte bislang aber kläglich. Allerdings sind weitere Versuche, diese technologischen Unabhängigkeitsbewegungen zu professionalisieren, erwartbar.
It is not surprising that hate actors draw on this discourse to test out various strategies for dealing with bans. After all, repression is known to create innovation. In this context, we see how various strategies are already being used to preemptively anticipate possible deplatforming measures and adapt the presentation of messages. This concerns, on the one hand, semantic mimicry, against the background of which certain words or codes are to be avoided and communication is deliberately kept ambivalent in order to ward off criticism. This includes humorous forms of self-censorship, such as when right-wing extremist podcasts making questionable statements unrecognizable by covering them with a beep. This is plainly used to imply that one's opinion is supposedly not supposed to be expressed freely and that one's statements would be more radical in a different political context. On the other hand, it is striking just how much hate actors have resorted to visual and audio-visual formats. Memes, sharepics, and others convey political content in an incomparably more subtle and associative way than text. They avoid the clarity of textual statements and are ambivalent in their interpretation, usually with ironic undertones. Once certain hate actors are confronted with deplatforming, they inevitably have to adapt their strategy in order to remain able to act. Many activists cannot politically or financially afford to completely abandon mainstream platforms. They therefore make use of different means for keeping their content on the digital mainstream. In other words, they subvert bans. This happens either via a loyal crowd that hate actors have built up on alternative platforms, or by creating new fake accounts with which they continue to share their content on the banned platforms. Pegida-frontman Lutz Bachmann, for example, continued to be active on Facebook using just a new account after each ban and used Telegram, for example, to direct his followers to his new page. Finally, they are left with the option of migrating out of the digital mainstream, though not without risk, as their lack of presence on these platforms means they lose a piece of normality. Hate actors use forums with little or no moderation as safe havens through which, ideally, new communities can be built. These sites are then hijacked for their own interests. In practice, this only works in Germany for Telegram, the new meeting place for all right-wing extremist actors. In order to gain sovereignty over information, there are also efforts to build up their own infrastructures, which in Germany failed largely, to say that. However, further attempts to professionalize these platforms and build new ones should be expected.
Auf Grundlage unserer Studie haben wir Empfehlungen formuliert, die sich insbesondere an Politik, an Plattformbetreiber, an die Wissenschaft und eben auch an Sicherheitsbehörden richten. Wir versuchen das jetzt kurz und knackig darzustellen und verweisen eben, wie gesagt, noch einmal auf unsere Studie, wo wir das alles ein bisschen ausführlicher machen. An Plattformbetreiber senden wir ein recht deutliches Signal, dass sie ein abgestimmteres, transparentes Verhalten über die Plattform hinweg kommunizieren müssen. Oft wird ihnen vorgeworfen, dass sie willkürlich agieren bei der Auswahl der Fälle und bei dem Timing von Sperrungen. Und dies ist auch die Konsequenz aus intransparentem Verhalten, das überdacht werden müsste. Dazu zählen eine Offenlegung, warum und wie viele Accounts gesperrt werden, eine transparente Begründung für die Sperrung von Konten und Inhalten, sowie die Möglichkeit, Entscheidungen anzufechten und das Verhalten über Plattformen hinweg zu analysieren. In Bezug auf Forschung ist es oft so, dass eben viele wichtige Projekte bereits natürlich vorhanden sind, wie unseres natürlich auch. Aber oft fehlt es eben an größeren Untersuchungen, die plattformübergreifend untersuchen, wie verschiedene Plattformen miteinander zusammenhängen, wie dieses Ökosystem von rechtsextremen Akteuren funktioniert. Dafür braucht es langfristig ein Monitoring, was über Projektbasierung hinausgeht und vielmehr eben dafür geschaffen ist, Gefahren besser einschätzen zu können und eben auch Kommunikationswege besser nachvollziehen zu können. An die Politik richten wir einen Appell für ein konsistenteres Update des Netzwerkdurchsetzungsgesetzes. Das beziehen wir hauptsächlich vor dem Hintergrund, dass sich, wie gesagt, schon die Plattform Telegram sehr stark als zentraler Ort etabliert hat, um Hass, Gewaltfantasien, Verschwörungsideologien zu verbreiten. Und allerdings Telegram eben als Messenger verstanden wird und deshalb nicht unter das Netzwerkdurchsetzungsgesetz fällt. Allerdings wird Telegram in seiner öffentlichen Funktion sehr stark als Forum, als Videoplattform und als Massenkommunikationskanal genutzt und ist frei zugänglich für jeden. Somit plädieren wir dafür, dass gerade eben die öffentlichen Facetten dieses Mediums eben sehr stark in den Blick genommen werden und eben auch überlegt wird, welche politischen Maßnahmen dort getroffen werden, um gewisse Hassdynamiken einzugrenzen. Schließlich an Sicherheitsbehörden richten wir uns mit zwei wichtigen Empfehlungen. In der einen Hinsicht, dass uns aufgefallen ist, auch während unserer Studie, dass internationale Trends oft eben sehr unterbeleuchtet sind. Viele Sicherheitsbehörden von einigen Sachen oft das erste Mal hören, wenn sie hier in Deutschland dann Form annehmen. Aber es gibt bereits sehr viel Wissen international, wie wir auch heute auf unserer Konferenz lernen, was in Sicherheitsbehörden eingespeist werden kann. Und gleichzeitig geht es eben auch darum, neue Konzepte zu erarbeiten. Wir selbst haben mit dem Begriff Hassakteur gearbeitet, das stellen wir zur Diskussion. Aber es bilden sich neue Mischszenen über soziale Medien, die nicht mehr so funktionieren wie Rechtsextremismus vor noch wenigen Jahren oder Jahrzehnten.
Based on our study, we have formulated recommendations that are directed in particular at platform operators as well as policymakers and the judiciary. Due to time constraints, we only name a few of them here. So platforms organizers should be coordinated and transparent in their measures across platforms. So we should be able to know when people are being thrown off, how many people are being thrown off, and why they have been thrown off. Research should be across platforms, which is how these actors are active. They don't stick to one platform and just stay there. So these actions of hate actors must be understood across digital platforms. And long-term monitoring is also important for this. For politics, we suggest regular updating of the Network Enforcement Act, which is a less complicated word in English than it is in German, honestly. So the importance of Telegram for hate actors has been growing steadily for years and recently reached a new peak during the pandemic. Hundreds of thousands are served hate, violent fantasies, conspiracy theories, and others. Telegram is not only understood as a messenger, but has other functions as well, including being used as a forum for their video, as a video platform, and for mass communication with influencers or numerous groups from the extreme right and conspiracy theorists. So for this reason, it would seem prudent to include Telegram in the Network Enforcement Act. For security authorities, we suggest it is important to anticipate international trends more than it is being done now, and these mixed scenes we have seen more and more in the past years. Some of the most important developments in right-wing extremism in this country can be anticipated by continuously analyzing international developments as well. This applies to the emergence of new movements and influences, as well as dealing with actors affected by deplatforming. Looking at the US and the UK, we see that important movement actors were already excluded from the digital mainstream several years ago and have built their own infrastructures through which they communicate in a stable manner. The same tendency can be seen for the German-speaking actors as well.
Ja. Unsere Studie thematisiert auch die Grenzen des Deplatformings, die wir natürlich nicht unterschlagen wollen. Wir sind uns bewusst, dass das Deplatforming ein umstrittenes Vorgehen ist, das demokratisch kaum kontrolliert wird, obwohl die politische Meinungsbildung sich immer mehr in soziale Medien verlagert. Das bringt Probleme der Rechtfertigung mit sich und kann immer auch nicht intendierte Konsequenzen haben, beispielsweise sinkendes Vertrauen in die Politik. Die Frage nach den Grenzen des Sagbaren war schon immer die Achillesferse offener Gesellschaften und erhält mit der alltäglichen Durchdringung sozialer Medien eine bisher ungeahnte Komplexität. Nicht nur die Themen werden komplexer, sondern auch die Durchsetzungsmechanismen von Regeln und Akteure, die direkt oder indirekt auf Entscheidungen einwirken. Community Manager, Plattformbetreiber, Politikerinnen, Politiker, Faktencheckerinnen, Faktenchecker, Justiz, Strafvollzug, Zivilgesellschaft, Wissenschaft, alle diskutieren die Frage, welche Inhalte auf den sozialen Plattformen vertreten sein sollen und welche Akteure den gesellschaftlichen Zusammenhalt gefährden, aus ganz unterschiedlichen Perspektiven. Hierzu bedarf es eines kritischen Diskurses. Und mit unserem Bericht und unserer Tagung laden wir dazu ein. Besonders wichtig ist es uns, mit internationalen Expertinnen und Experten diesen Diskurs zu führen, denn viele Entwicklungen nehmen hier Einzug, die wir bereits aus anderen Kontexten kennen. Wir freuen uns daher auf diesen Tag und auf diese Konferenz, um mit Ihnen im Housepace und unseren Gästen über Zoom diskutieren zu können.
Our study also addresses the limitations of deplatformings, which we do not want to underplay. We are aware that deplatforming is a controversial procedure that is hardly controlled democratically, even though political opinion forming is increasingly shifting to social media. This brings with it the problems of justification and can always have unintended consequences, such as declining trust in democratic processes. The question as to the limits of what can be said have always been the Achilles heel of open societies. And with the pervasiveness of social media, it has assumed a previously unimagined degree of complexity. It is not only the topics that are becoming more complex, it is also the mechanics for enforcing rules and the actors that directly or indirectly influence decisions. Community managers, platform operators, politicians, fact-checkers, the judiciary, law enforcement, civil society, and academia, all of them are discussing the question of which content is acceptable on social media and which actors endanger social cohesion from very different perspectives. This requires critical discourse. With our report and through this conference, we make an invitation to engage in such debate. It is particularly important for us to conduct this discussion with experts from a wide range of countries. After all, many of these things are taking place here that are all too familiar with us from other contexts as well. So we are looking forward to this conference today and to lively exchanges with our experts and everyone in attendance. We also invite everyone to ask questions, whether you are on house space or if you have any questions, to email us as well if you want to, because we do not have guests here around today, so that would be great.
Ja, kleinen Applaus. Vielen lieben Dank, Caro und Mike. An alle, die Fragen haben, ihr könnt die Fragen im House-Space stellen und somit in Kontakt mit den beiden treten. Thank you very much for your report. And for everybody who's interested in reaching out to the both of them, you can just use the House-Space and pose your questions there. So. Wir wissen nun durch die beiden Bescheid über die Lage in Deutschland und freuen uns natürlich auch hier auf unserer Tagung, die Ergebnisse in einem internationalen Kontext zu diskutieren. Und da ist wirklich niemand besser geeignet als Professor Cynthia Miller-Idriss, die mit ihrer Keynote das Konferenzformat einläutet. Ich werde euch vor der Keynote Cynthia noch kurz vorstellen. Cynthia hat lange Zeit auch hier in Deutschland geforscht, weshalb wir besonders traurig sind, dass sie nicht in Berlin sein kann. Aber wenigstens ist sie über Zoom zu uns zugeschaltet. Sie arbeitet zu rechtsextremen Jugendkulturen, zu Fragen von Identität und Zugehörigkeit und hat besonders zur Frage von Symbolen und Ästhetik im Rechtsextremismus publiziert. Und besonders spannend, vor wenigen Wochen ist ihr neues Buch Hate in the Homeland bei der Princeton University Press erschienen. Und aus diesem Buch wird sie uns heute ein paar Einsichten vorstellen. Cynthia ist Professorin an der American University in Washington, D.C. und affiliiert mit dem Center for Analysis of the Radical Right und dem Center for Research on the Study of Extremism an der Universität Oslo. Nochmal die kurze Vorstellung auf Englisch. We're so happy to welcome Cynthia Miller-Idriss as our keynote speaker here today, and she directs the Polarization and Extremism Research and Innovation Lab at the American University in Washington, D.C. And also, she recently published her book, Hate in the Homeland, at the Princeton University Press, and I'm so excited to welcome her here because in her keynote, she will talk a little about her book. Cynthia, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Excellent. Cynthia,
Excellent.
I'm so excited to have you here, and I would say, yeah, take your time and you can now start with your keynote, and thank you for being our keynote speaker here today.
Great. Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone listening, and thank you so much for the invitation to be here. I had so hoped to be able to be there in person. Berlin is a city very close to my heart. I lived there for many years and did the research for my first 2 books right there in Berlin or in the surrounding areas. So I'm very grateful for the invitation. I feel quite guilty that I'm not speaking in German, but I know there are a lot of non-German speakers listening. And so I will be speaking in English, but I do want to note that if in the question and answer period, I'm happy to take questions in German, and then we'll respond to them in English, whatever is easiest for people to convey their questions. So I particularly want to thank Mike Felix for the invitation and reaching out to me to have me come. I'm going to share my screen, which hopefully will go smoothly. Great. I'm hopeful that everyone can see that now. So I want to talk about a part of my new book, Hate in the Homeland. And there's a chapter here on online spaces and how online spaces have been weaponized to grow the far right. I'm building here on the shoulders of many other people's work that I won't be able to go into in great depth in this work, in this talk today, which is largely more categorical and descriptive. But I just want to note that a lot of other scholars, many of whom are listening or speaking at this conference, have really done the groundwork that has enabled me to think hard about this interaction between online and offline worlds. So Barath Ganesh and Mike Felix and Nick Thurston and Becca Lewis and Safia Umoja Noble in particular have been very, very helpful to my thinking in ways that deserve special mention. Let's see, I'm trying to get this to move. There we go. Okay, great. So what I would like to do today is walk through 6 categories of ways that the online ecosystem is being exploited by the far right in ways that have fueled its growth. A lot of my work has focused on the physical world, physical spaces, actual t-shirts coming at you from the street, the ways that those t-shirts show up in catalogs and are produced, how people receive them, what school bans look like around clothing, what stadium bans look like. And so this chapter, and my new book is no exception. I look at mixed martial arts spaces, at college campuses, and really make a lot of arguments that online spaces are not the only place where radicalization happens. But it would be impossible to talk about radicalization today without talking about the online ecosystem. And I think one of the things that's important to note is that online spaces are kind of constantly invoked. And I think a lot of my work has been trying to push back a little bit about the idea, this stereotype that, radicalization happens primarily to isolated, lone teenagers sitting in a corner of their gloomy bedroom lit only by the screen with a glow from their screen. But like many stereotypes, there is some truth to that. More than ever, exposure to extremism requires no physical destination at all. Its virtual spaces beam right into our homes and schools and social media memes, image boards, chat rooms, and online games. But stereotypes are also debunked for good reasons. And if ever there was a fantasy in need of demystifying, it is the idea that radicalization happens only or primarily in fully isolated online domains. The story of how the far right has created, cultivated, and weaponized the internet is much more complex and relies on a strategic combination of online and offline activities that enable the far right to maximize the circulation, communication, and effectiveness of far right ideologies. So in my new book, I argue that the modern far right has worked to build muscular warriors equipped with the physical capacity to fight through combat sports and mixed martial arts, and so-called alt-right thinkers with the intellectual capacity to lead, along with a commercial ecosystem that helps market and brand and financially support those actions. But underpinning all of those activities is the modern far right's rapid adoption of and creation of a broad new tech and media ecosystem for communication, dissemination, and mobilization. And that's what I want to talk about today. So I'll unpack some of these complex factors. And I do want to note as a content warning that there are some offensive images in this talk, which I go into in great depth methodologically elsewhere about why I think it's important to understand that which offends, but I think it's nonetheless important to note it. So by the time the media revealed that the shooter in Pittsburgh a couple of years ago had been partially radicalized on a fringe social media website with a reputation for extreme far-right content, Gab, it was already clear that the growth of far-right extremism was directly linked to online spaces, including social media and digital platforms for extremist engagement. Like any other ordinary citizen, far-right individuals connect and communicate through mainstream social media and image board sites like Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and the example on your screen, and Pinterest. There are Tumblr blogs dedicated to far-right merchandise and brand communities, and far-right influencers building collaborations on YouTube. Such sites and channels have proven strategically useful not only for the recruitment and radicalization of young people, but also for their mobilization. So as German speakers will know, after a German man died in a street fight stabbing, and a Syrian and Iraqi asylum seeker were arrested for the crime 2 years ago, a spontaneous crowd protesting criminal migrants grew overnight, largely through social media recruiting to 6,000 protesters. So it's a vast and ever expanding ecosystem of tech platforms, both in the mainstream and the kind of alternative or fringe space. As hate speech and vile rhetoric and dehumanizing language or threats against individuals began to escalate on mainstream platforms, tech companies started to revise their terms of service and ban users who violated them. And I know there'll be a lot of discussion today about that, about Spotify and Apple removing white supremacist hate music from their platforms, and website hosting platforms kicking sites off of there or pledging to monitor and remove accounts. As mainstream platforms cracked down on these users, those users in turn migrated to unregulated alternative platforms that more deeply incubate a hate-filled, dehumanizing culture, celebrate violence, circulate conspiracy theories, and help translate resentment, shame, or frustration into anger and calls for action. The concentration of extreme views on unregulated sites, combined with a lack of moderate ones, along with a kind of heightened polarization brought on by the relative anonymity of social media itself and the lack of oversight, makes these fringe sites especially ideal places to incubate and radicalize. But even on mainstream platforms, the ever-expanding numbers of social media, gaming platform, and image board sites struggle with trolls, racists, or far-right users in ways that shed light on how young people in particular, but also older adults, might encounter hate content and white supremacist messaging as they engage in ordinary activities online. And this is the point of my book, essentially, is that hate is no longer a destination, of course, but it's something that is easy to encounter in everyday spaces while one is gaming online or while one is scrolling through Pinterest or Instagram. The meme sharing site iFunny, for example, the online game Roblox are places that have struggled with user-generated content that contains racist or neo-Nazi or white supremacist propaganda, valorizing the Holocaust, or sharing extremist slurs and racist symbols. The second category is what I call just exposure and amplification. And of course, the most obvious example is the fact that of the many horrific aspects to the murder of 51 Muslim worshippers in Christchurch, New Zealand last March in 2019, among the most shocking aspects was the fact that the 17-minute attack was live streamed on Facebook Live and then rapidly circulated globally, downloaded and reposted on other sites, including YouTube and Twitter and Reddit and Instagram. This turned an already terrible terrorist attack into a global performance, exponentially increasing the ways in which terrorism becomes a kind of political theater. In the 24 hours following the attack, Facebook alone removed 1.5 instances of the videos. And similar patterns hold true for less violent or nonviolent activism. So at a bookstore not far from my own campus in Washington, D.C., identitarian activists disrupted author Jonathan Metzl's book talk that same spring, chanting, "This is our land," and shouting far-right propaganda. But they brought with them, it was a relatively small group, one single bookstore, but they brought with them a videographer who then posted the video on their website under examples of activism and circulated it widely. So small activities or actions can become global performances in different ways. For decades, white supremacists and far-right movement leaders have created reams of propaganda and marketing materials and radio programs and pamphlets and newsletters and videotapes, even cable access shows. But as extremism expert J.M. Berger describes, virtually no one saw it. Such materials were produced for and circulated to small audiences and shared with known lists and groups of individuals, which made for a limited reach. And the internet really changed that, and white supremacist extremists were at the forefront of it, creating dial-up forums in the 1980s, developing very early websites like Stormfront message boards as early as 1995. But those early modes of communication were still essentially targeting limited known groups. They were not engines of growth. And that changed with the advent of social media platforms and the sudden ease with which propaganda and white supremacist marketing materials could be distributed, circulated, retweeted, shared, and connected with the mainstream. So overall, the broad ecosystem of new media platforms has rapidly and radically transformed the spread of extremist propaganda and opportunities to communicate online. The broad range of online spaces is used to expose new audiences to extremist content through live sharing or sharing of videos, posting of manifestos, circulating memes, and sharing other content. But you also see the coming together of fringe communities that are not necessarily far right, that are exposed by when you have YouTube stars, let's say in the gaming or men's rights or conspiracist or tradwife worlds that have guest appearances that bring content that is white supremacist into them. So online spaces sort of bring together anti-feminist misogynists, trolls, hackers, online gamers, and anime sharing users of 2chan and meme makers of 4chan all into one kind of circulating set of spaces. Algorithmic radicalization, or what I sometimes say is how could a search for Tupperware lead to extremist content, which I'll explain in a minute. But one of the first public acknowledgements of how algorithms might play a role in extremist radicalization came in the US in the wake of Dylann Roof's 2015 murder of 9 African-American parishioners in a Charleston church. Among the flurry of law enforcement information and interviews that came out, the news broke that his radicalization pathway started with a Google search about, quote, black on white crime, when the results took him to a white supremacist website. He had typed that phrase into the search engine to try to find information about the George Zimmerman trial, who was a Florida neighborhood watch captain who had shot and killed 17-year-old Trayvon Martin while he was just walking on a neighborhood street. That Google search directed him to a white supremacist website that was promoting biased information and framing about mobs of unprovoked attackers, arguing that the media and government are censoring crimes committed by Black people against whites, not classifying them as hate crimes. In his manifesto, as well as in FBI interviews, Roof singled out the importance of that Google search, noting, quote, "I have never been the same since that day." Google has made efforts to change its search algorithm, such as removing the autofill options in the search bar after researchers like Sofia Imogenova pointed out the racist and misogynistic bias that led searches using the keywords, quote, black girls, end quote, to prioritize pornography sites, for example. Noble labels those kinds of data failures algorithmic oppression, showing how Google searches and page ranking search protocols reinforce stereotypes that marginalize women and people of color. But there are some aspects of online searches that tech companies can't control, and this is where the Tupperware example comes in. After I gave a talk on youth radicalization last year, an audience member approached me to explain that she had searched online for tips for prepping food in Tupperware containers and was directed to a site for extreme preppers whose doomsday apocalyptic fantasies have created a subculture of stockpiling survivalists, some of whom believe in accelerationist strategies to hurry the coming apocalypse. It's really difficult to imagine how tweaks to an algorithm could prevent that from happening. So I think it relates to these sort of personalized recommender systems. So it's bigger than search engines alone. We have these personalized recommender systems that increase the possibility of what's called system-driven promotion of extreme content. And there's a lot of research on this that I won't have time to go into here. But essentially what I refer to as algorithmic radicalization refers to changes in human attitudes, beliefs, or behaviors as individuals are directed to extremist content, networks, groups, or other individuals as a result of guided searches, filtered news feeds, recommended videos, and connections from extremist adjacent sites. These personalization algorithms and other kinds of phenomenon kind of box in users who engage with extremist content into what are known as echo chambers that reinforce their emerging worldview and reduce the chance that they'll encounter information to challenge those views. I think this has to be understood with a lot of caution, however. Algorithms alone are not responsible for radicalization. These recommendation systems interact with viewer and user behavior in ways that help shape the universe of choices that people have and the ones they actually make as they continue to engage online. So they shape and interact with human preferences and behaviors in ways that we don't totally understand, but shouldn't be understood as just a kind of passive falling down a rabbit hole. We know that there are what information individuals receive are shaped by them, how they receive it, and what their behavior looks like afterward have vast consequences, but we need obviously a lot more research. And I'm hoping that the conversations today will help explore some of those, how human behavior and algorithm or recommendation systems interact to kind of produce changes. Individuals, of course, can also engage with extreme content even when algorithms do not drive them to do so or invite them to do so. And we see this through kind of toxic online communities where there are just simply a lot of extreme individuals there. So I won't go into greater depth there because I want to make sure to cover some of the other areas, and particularly this issue of weaponizing humor, which I know a lot of you have also done work on. But I go into greater depth, of course, in the section of my book on this. So one reason the new ecosystem of online spaces has been so effective in spurring growth in the far right has to do with the entertainment value of social media and the ways that humor has been weaponized, especially through the creation and circulation of memes, jokes, and emoji. The far right has figured out that young people in particular are not only motivated by serious planned action and ideology, but also by spontaneous and humorous engagements. And I think memes are a really good example of that. Online spaces have turned out to be a perfect incubator for far-right extremist ideas in this way. The use of humor and irony and satire have kind of positioned the far right as a counterculture against mainstream triggered snowflakes who just can't take a joke. Pepe the Frog is a really good example of this, as is detailed in great depth in many other analyses and journalistic reports, including a chapter that I wrote in Mike and Nick's volume separately. What you saw here was a meme that then again migrated offline through a fantasy construction about a mythical nation called Kekistan, which produced a flag even, which we then saw at Charlottesville waving, but also in Brazil, in Australia, and other places. So memes themselves, I think, have to be understood for the ways that they embed dehumanizing and racist and misogynistic ideas, anti-Semitic ideas, Holocaust denial ideas into joke form, but also for the ways that they can motivate offline violence or activism. And I think that latter part has been really, it could use a little more attention, I would say. The most recent example of this, of course, is the Boogaloo phenomenon. I don't like even calling it a movement. They even have referred to themselves, as you'll see from this patch in the middle, as a meme-based insurgency. So Boogaloo is an organizing or mobilizing idea which refers to civil war through a complicated series of memes that originated as a joke online among teenagers, but within months kind of had mobilized real individuals to show up heavily armed at shelter-in-place protests, and where through a complicated adaptation of those memes into other coded terms, Hawaiian shirts that also signaled kind of violence against the police in a kind of pig roast by using a slur against the police, as you see in this meme at the top here. So there are examples of this where these sort of things that just seem like jokes actually can transform and mobilize into real world action, and even here into real world violence, as we had in the US this summer, several incidents of purported domestic terror associated with the Boogaloo scene. So finally, I want to talk a little bit about how the far right, it's not just online spaces that are useful kind of for recruitment and radicalization or exposure, but also how they have helped, how these spaces help build national and transnational networks, share tactics and strategies, and build financial resources that have helped support individual far right influencers, finance activism, and cover legal expenses. So they've, of course, as I've already talked about, these online spaces facilitate the spread of conspiracy theories and racist memes, but they also have helped share lessons learned and help build global connections across these movements. Groups and individuals have shared manuals and how-to guides for acquiring weapons, making bombs, and planning attacks. They have coordinated efforts ideologically. They have borrowed tactics employed by far-right parties across borders. We have seen that there are significant means for raising funds, both through the selling of merchandise, but also in this example of this photo of the members of Generation Identitaire in France chartering a ship intended to interrupt migrant boats crossing to Europe from Libya, raising over $200,000 over PayPal, Patreon, and Researcher through small donations from over 3,000 individuals across 8 European countries and in the US. And it also became a mobilizing idea when key far-right leaders in the United States, including David Duke, the Grand Wizard of the KKK, urged their social media followers to support the mission. So I think it's important to understand that these, that this is a mobilizing kind of idea, not just an ideologically radicalizing one, that the spaces that are online, these online spaces, the broad ecosystem of these online spaces actually help build and support these movements. Finally, before I briefly close by talking about some more hopeful things around interventions, I do want to say something about how online spaces become a battleground to position, kind of an us versus them, but also a fight between often the far right and its enemies. So the use of social media and online spaces has proven quick useful to the far right for mobilizing troll armies who harass and dox and otherwise abuse individuals. We have seen both in Germany and the US, target lists of politicians, journalists, academics, and activists deemed enemies to the cause, including targets' home addresses, photos of their homes, phone numbers, along with titles like "We will get you all." In June of last year, a German politician who had been named on one of those enemy lists was assassinated, leading a group of journalists to write an open letter to the Interior Minister asking for more measures for protection. And we saw a similar list come out just this week in the US targeting both even staffs of the voting machines, as well as political figures across the country who have supported the election results. But online spaces are not only the domain of the far right. They've also proven key to de-radicalization and intervention initiatives and to efforts to increase media literacy, for example. And the public has also used online spaces to kind of fight back. So the same viral nature of online spaces that led to Pepe the Frog's rapid adaptation into a far-right icon also provides the means for the rapid development of public outrage and protest. Viral tweets of offensive products and symbols generate anger as consumers and observers have shared photos and videos on social media in ways that have pushed CEOs or other brand representatives to respond more rapidly than they might have in the pre-internet age. We've also seen viral efforts to combat the use of coded and co-opted symbols by the far right. And the most obvious, I think, is the use of the triple parentheses echo symbol that you see here, which was started in 2016, was the far right had begun to put those echo symbols around Jewish names online. And both Jews and non-Jews, aiming to show solidarity, quickly began to claim the echo symbol directly by placing those triple brackets around their own names on Twitter and other social media sites, effectively removing the anti-Semitic purpose of the symbol. So finally, I just want to close with a brief word about impact and interventions in online spaces and the importance of thinking about the broad range of what's needed online. Online radicalization overall, I think, again, is a misnomer. And so even though I use the term as we do here in our guide, it's really important, I think, to constantly remind ordinary, sort of the public, but also to constantly emphasize the interaction between online and offline worlds. But regardless of that particular point, which I always try to emphasize, I think it's very clear that we need a wide range of improved media literacy for the general public on disinformation and manipulation and conspiracy theories, as well as interventions that kind of aiming to prevent their public's vulnerabilities or susceptibility to that kind of propaganda and language of scapegoating. We also need better measures of effectiveness and impact, and there has not been sufficient research or funding for research that tracks how we can effectively intervene in a very preventative capacity, not just the de-radicalization and disengagement, but also the kind of prevention at a broader scale. And above all, as I constantly argue, these ideas have to be youth-driven, flexible, and innovative in ways that are very much resonant with the ways that communication channels work online and the kinds of spaces and places. So, if the far right is using TikTok, it's really great to think about using TikTok to intervene and design interventions that are that can reach 14-year-old populations that way, for example, or whatever comes after TikTok. So one thing that we did in my research lab is we partnered with the Southern Poverty Law Center on a series of what we call translation products, which are ways to translate the research that we're building into toolkits for the public and for particular audiences like teachers and caregivers or mental health counselors. And right after the shutdowns began in the spring, we pivoted very quickly with concern about at that point in the US alone, 70 million young people who had their lives entirely moved online from school. And the fact that parents, we felt, were pretty ill-equipped to understand what it meant to have young people online all day and the kinds of exposure that might be happening. And so we designed a guide and a series of webinars, which now have expanded into webinars for teachers as well. And I'll say that the demand is just tremendous. Our last two webinars in October and November had over 2,500 people come. It's just, there's a lot of interest and concern and worry from teachers and from parents and caregivers about how to handle this increase also in child exploitation, but exposure to radicalization and other bad content and bad actors online, essentially. So I will just say that guide is free and available for download, and I'm happy to answer questions about it. One thing we did here, and I won't leave this up, and it looks much nicer in the guide, was just try, for example, to teach parents about the kinds of range of toxic online spaces and sites that extremists use. So the actual, what comes after the colon here will always change, right? So whatever there is today, will get repeated, will get replaced by something else. What's important, I think, is that we understand there are different categories and ways that people can encounter propaganda and extremist material online, both through kind of toxic online communities, but also on mainstream sites that get exploited through unmoderated apps, and then finally through encrypted and anonymous apps. And so one of the things we have urged parents to do is to try to pay attention to what their young people are doing, and then ask them what they are encountering when they're online in open conversations. So a lot of the key fundamentals of kind of internet safety that we've done such a nice job of teaching young people about their digital footprints and privacy and how to protect themselves against predators online, but we have not done for the exposure to propaganda. And I think that would be the next wave of knowledge that we need. So I will just close with, of course, the ubiquitous cover of the book, just to say that these ideas all are grounded in the chapter in the book and explained in more eloquent ways there. But I hope this gave you a sense of that chapter on online spaces and what I'm trying to make as an argument in terms of how the online spaces underpin all the rest of this development. I will stop sharing my screen so that we can move to question and answer, but thank you again.
Can you hear me and see me?
Yes.
Great. So how are you doing? Are you ready for our little Q&A session?
I am ready in my basement.
Amazing. Are you actually in DC right now?
I am in DC in a basement, as I am all the time. So
I miss DC so much. So yeah, okay.
Yes, I miss Berlin so much. So I'm very sorry that I'm not there.
Well, let's start with some questions, but before we'll start, I want to say that our audience can also pose questions. Just use the Keynote template on HowSpace, and then you can just address your questions, and I'll ask them then. But yeah, okay, so my first question is, in your book, you described that there's a whole market for selling extremism. Can you explain what kind of products these are? Is this more like something cultural or actual products? Could you elaborate on that?
It's so great question. And the merchandise part of this, I would say there's a whole range, and it depends. There's true extremist products, and then there's kind of extremist adjacent products or things that can draw people in. And so a lot of it is clothing. So there are a lot of T-shirts, which I describe as walking billboards, in my previous book, and continue to analyze here in this book as a space that it's kind of a precursor to the memes phenomenon, I would say, is that you had a lot of, and you still have a lot of iconography, witty jokes, coded symbols and messages that can't be detected by adults, that escape the, often can get around bans and stadiums or schools, and so have a kind of additional appeal as a way of conveying a kind of secrecy and power over adults who don't get the joke or who don't catch on to what's happening. We see a lot of this in the US coming across veteran and military supply websites where it's not that they're selling predominantly far-right extremist clothing, but they're selling maybe clothing that is promoting Second Amendment rights and pro-military or pro-veteran, pro-war kinds of language and iconography, or a lot of weaponry, but then also might have some content that is misogynistic or sexualizing women and images, or Islamophobic often. And so using Arabic language taken over from the wars in Afghanistan, language that refers to an individual, celebrates being an infidel, using that in Arabic language, for example. You'll see those kinds of things where you could be on a website like that, and that's where I talk about kind of gateways, merchandise being a potential gateway, to go look for a pro-veteran, a very not necessarily extremist T-shirt, but then see on the same page other kinds of T-shirts that do express more extreme or misogynistic or racist or kind of exclusionary sentiments. And so that's one way. Another way is getting in through these kind of prepper communities where you get the products, even like organic seed vaults, nuclear masks, right? That kind of extreme prepping community as it relates to ideas about an apocalyptic end times, and how that then gets taken up by kind of white supremacists who believe in an accelerationism idea of moving chaos forward in order to bring about the end times, have a phoenix-like rebirth and rise from the ashes into a new reborn white civilization. And so there's some overlap again among those communities. And so you'll see on kind of conspiracy sites, merchandise websites. And then the third category is just kind of very patriotic products, but that also kind of communicate sometimes anti-government sentiment about tyranny. So there's coffee that's like Wake Up America brand coffee, right? That will also then have other kinds of messages there that on the same websites that sell kind of a very strongly nationalistic kind of patriotism. So it's a whole spectrum. And I think part of the risk there is that it's not just dedicated extremist sites selling it, but pretty mainstream sites where there might be one T-shirt or one product that's expressing those more extreme sentiments. And that's where you kind of see the bleeding into the mainstream, even on the merchandise side.
You just mentioned that a lot of merchandise has some kind of mainstream style. So what would you say, what role does the adoption of mainstream aesthetic play for the far right?
Well, the mainstreaming of the aesthetic, I think, has been huge, both in organic bottom-up ways and in strategic top-down ways. So we saw this extremely clearly with Charlottesville in the US, the Unite the Right rally in 2017, when a call went out over social media for people to show up looking respectable. And the argument was from an organizer that if that Americans would be more likely to listen to the ideas if you look a certain way. And so that's why I think you saw these khakis and the polo shirts and very different kind of aesthetic than what Americans at least had associated until then with who a white supremacist was, which is somebody with a bunch of swastika tattoos or an Aryan Brotherhood prison gang affiliation, instead of somebody who looks like they could be, the kid next door. And I think that aesthetic, that was an aesthetic rift for people that made it harder and has made it harder, I think, for people to recognize the ideas as extreme because they don't come in a package that feels like or looks like the extremists that they understand, the racist skinhead kind of look. But that's the top down. But I also think there's been an organic evolution of this in young people in particular, not wanting to be any one thing. And so in the past, in the 80s and 90s, the racist skinhead uniform of a bomber jacket and combat boots, shaved head was a firm commitment, and you looked the same way in every place that you were. And the mainstreaming of the aesthetic, the blending in and the ability to blend in has allowed a much greater fluidity, a trying on of extremism, if you will, that enables young people to, wear an extremist t-shirt in a kind of hidden way, maybe zip up their jacket over it, go to a party where somebody happens to do something like throw the Hitler greeting, right? I'll hear these kinds of things from my interviewees, but then they go back to their life and hang out with other people who are of a different ethnic background than them. And so they're moving in and out from the peripheries into extreme scenes, back into the mainstream in ways that both enable a more fluid engagement, but also help carry those ideas from the extreme back into the mainstream to their younger siblings or cousins or classmates. And so I think there are more flows happening in ways that where you used to have more fixed subcultures that were bounded and separate from another. Now there's more fluidity because in part of that subcultural aesthetic being mainstreamed.
This sounds like kind of far-right code switching and underestimated quotes as well, I have to say. I have one question from the House space, amazing. The question is from E. Govman. First of all, the person says, thanks for a great talk, Cynthia. And then the question is, I was wondering how the strategy of online interventions might contradict some findings in political communication where scholars argue that engaging conspiracy theories and misinformation ends up amplifying it.
Yeah, great question. Thank you for that. I'm so glad it came across. So I will say that there are, I think, two problems with what we know about some of the existing approaches to counter extremist ideas. One is this issue about conspiracy theories in particular, which is that attempts to counter it can make things worse, right? You actually reinforce the conspiracy theory in the mind of the person you're speaking to. And the second is the counter narratives themselves have wobbly evidence on how effective they are at actually transforming ideas. And that's from political communication studies, and particularly for people who are already radicalized. What we're working on in our lab is, we call it actually pre-PVE, pre-preventative work, which is based on Kurt Braddock's theory, also in communication. He's also my colleague at American and associated with our lab, on inoculation-based, which is messaging prior to exposure. So, and there's really good evidence, both in Kurt's lab studies and now coming out of our studies in the field on race science and male supremacy and vaccine hesitancy we're working on, and misinformation. We did one, we've had an animated video on Boogaloo that we're testing, where we're trying to in the inoculation research, try to study whether pre-exposure to these things, can we change the way that people react to them, reduce vulnerability? So like a vaccine, right? Like a disinformation vaccine or a vaccine against propaganda, so that you recognize it when you see it. That's the kind of media literacy approach, and it's an inoculation approach. What we haven't tested yet, but we're actually in conversations about it now, is whether it's possible to do this for conspiracy theories at an early off-ramp stage. We already know from the evidence that deeper down the rabbit hole, it's dangerous to try it and ineffective. But at a very early off-ramp stage, is it possible to develop interventions that would prevent people from let's say if they've been exposed to part of the QAnon set of conspiracies, but not fully down the rabbit hole of believing in an organized cabal of child traffickers, but they believe that there's been some kind of deep state. Can we intervene at that stage? And so this is literally like conversations that we're having last night still about what that intervention would look like. So my suggestion is that I would like the field to start thinking about much earlier levels of intervention and prevention, and I would like funders to start thinking about that too, rather than later down the pathway when we know that disengagement and de-radicalization is important and essential, and that when people do come out, they need mental health counseling and reintegration support from a tremendous number of organizations that are doing a great job of that. But whether you can initiate that with interventions online, I think is a much more difficult question. And it certainly, when it has been done, it takes years to do it. And the evidence is difficult to come by.
Thanks. Cynthia, just a quick heads up. I don't know where you see my view. I'm trying to look at you, but the screens are down there. So I hope that you're not thinking that I'm not looking at you, because I'm actually looking at you, but not into the camera.
It's okay. I can see you, and I totally recognize that Zoom looking off to the side face. So don't worry.
Yeah. So we have 3 more questions, and I just want to say, if we won't be able to answer all the questions right now, that doesn't mean, dear audience, that your questions will be unanswered, because Cynthia will be in the house space later on as well, open for discussion. But we will try to cover some of the other questions that just came in. Nadia Kucha asked, I was wondering whether you could recommend a study or report going into further detail about the issue of Google algorithms you touched when you were mentioning the church shooting and Tupperware examples. Thanks.
Yeah, great. So, and I will try to be quicker in my responses too, so we can get to more of the questions. My favorite book about this is Sophia Umoja-Noble's book on algorithmic oppression, but the name is escaping me right now. Noble, Sophia Umoja-Noble. And it is a brilliant book. I teach it in my classes, and it's really helped me understand the issue of how the search engines have worked. Changes have been made since then. So there's a lot of work since her work, which was really groundbreaking, I think, in the beginning. But I strongly recommend reading that book, at least as a starting point.
I think later on, if there's anybody who didn't really could hear what you just said or couldn't hear the name, you can later on just type it into the Q&A on Housepace as well, I guess. Okay, so moving on to the next question from Silvia Cerves. Hello everyone, and thank you for the EDZ report and the keynote. I'd be interested in learning more about the link between online and offline. Who is behind? Same kind of people as are the targets online? Youth, amorph groups, or in fact more structured, organized? I guess that's a very broad question.
Yeah, I would answer that quickly to say, I think that, one of the challenges that we face with far-right extremism, and particularly in this country, in the US, is that the models that law enforcement has followed in tracking white supremacist groups over the year are focused on groups. I can't even talk about law enforcement responses really without talking about groups. It's really infiltration and monitoring. And, the infiltration has been important. They've broken up several white supremacist terrorist groups this year and prevented horrific plots in the dozens from happening. So those are not insignificant issues, but the terrorist acts that have moved forward and the violent acts that have moved forward, more often than not, are from people who are not card-carrying members of groups. And so this question about how groups and recruiters work online versus how individuals are exposed through kind of self-radicalizing networks is really important. And I think it doesn't mean that individuals are not out there, introducing things deliberately as propaganda and recruiters, but that there's less direct interaction between an individual recruiter or member of a group and an individual who's exposed and radicalized just through kind of content, and then observation and engagement with their lives outside of the online space. So I don't know if that gets at an answer to the question, but I just think it's an important shift and it's been harder for the law enforcement and surveillance side of things to I think, capture what that means. And that's why I think on that side, there's no way that law enforcement is the answer. It has to be prevention and education, because it's impossible to think about a law enforcement response that I think could monitor and surveil without massive free speech violations.
Thank you. I have a rather long question. I think maybe this will be the last one, so you can take your time on answering this question that has, I think, 2 parts. Chip Pitts asked, also interested in hearing, please, the best advocacy strategies to counter these identity manipulation efforts, especially given, 1, the backfire effect from invoking accurate facts to refute the conspiracy theories, which can lead them to double down on their beliefs and cherry-pick facts in response, and 2, the often sophisticated use by right-wing extremists to invoke shared values of environmentalism, anti-imperialism, workers' rights, etc., in order to gain adherence. This was, it has
Great.
2 parts. Cynthia, did you hear everything? Should I repeat some of it?
No, I heard it. That's a great question.
Okay, perfect.
So I will say that our lab is approaching this issue by trying to learn from public health research. That's why I use the word disinformation vaccine, for example. There's some really fascinating research showing that teenagers, for example, after years and years and years of public health efforts to get them to make healthier eating choices by teaching them about the long-term consequences in a fact science-based way of poor eating habits for their health long-term. Like if you keep eating all this fast food now, this is what happens to your cholesterol later. That had 0 impact. It just doesn't affect what young people do. But what has had a difference is when researchers helped young people see and understand how fast food marketing and advertisement from companies was manipulating the choices that they made. And when they were able to see that they were being manipulated, there were actual studies showing that their choices in a restaurant could be determined by the advertisements that were placed in front of them surreptitiously throughout the day. And when young people saw that, that changed their behavior. And the really interesting thing is that it changed the behavior more for boys than it did for girls, who then made healthier eating choices. So the takeaway that we get from that is nobody likes to be manipulated, especially maybe most of all teenagers. And nobody likes to find out that they don't like to find out that they're being manipulated as a pawn in somebody else's end game. And so what we are trying to do with our interventions is show people how propaganda works, how misinformation works, how scapegoating works, how techniques of white supremacist extremist manipulation work online, why it is that you might be called upon to join this and what they're trying to do to get you to do it. And that preventatively helping people understand so that they recognize the framework of a conspiracy theory. They recognize the framework of a manipulation of propaganda and a scapegoating. Oh, I recognize that this is what they're trying to do by making up this stuff about COVID-19 being bioengineered weapon or something, that there's a recognition almost in a media literacy way, but also in a public health way. So that's the kind of inoculation approach, which is to very early preventatively help people understand so that when they see it for what it is. And so the assumption you have to make then is that anybody could be infected. This is different than treating far-right extremism as a tumor that could be isolated out from society. It has to be treated more as a contagion. And if you recognize that and see the statistics show that 23% of young people, or of gamers, not just young people, encounter white supremacist content while gaming, what can we do to help those people understand when you go into this gaming space, if you encounter something like this is what it is, to reduce the vulnerability and the susceptibility. So that's a different approach than trying to tackle the content itself. It's trying to tackle the rhetorical strategies and the tropes and the manipulation as a frame rather than the actual content. And the hope is that actually then transfers across domains. So if you can get that kind of universal rhetorical strategy, recognize that they might start to recognize the manipulation and rhetorical strategies in other kinds of extremist frames, like, let's say, anti-vax information or other kinds of conspiracy theories.
But
we're still testing it, so we'll have evidence soon.
Yeah, thank you, Cynthia. I think, if anybody's has more questions, you'll be available in the house space. And I also want to encourage you, dear audience, to maybe ask some questions comparing the US and Germany, since, Cynthia, you've done a lot of research on the situation here and in the US, obviously. Before we'll wrap up, let's talk about one last thing. It's not content related, but about your book. I think I want to tell everybody again that you recently published your book, and maybe one quick question, will it be available in German as well? Any idea about that?
I hope so. That's a really good question. So that's not entirely up to me, but it has to do with what my publisher does and whether there's a German publisher who's interested. So if there's a German publisher out there who's interested, I do hope it's been received well so far. It just was released in Europe 10 days ago, I think, 11 days ago. And so I think that has to do with proactive reception, but I can also bring a publisher back to them if there's someone who's interested. So it has not happened with my previous books, in part because a lot of Germans have argued that they prefer to read the English, which is interesting. But obviously, I think that there would be an audience, and I would love to see it in German or any other language.
I agree. I can also imagine that there is an audience for that. And in the meanwhile, if you're interested in the book, you can just purchase it in English, of course. Well, thank you so much, Cynthia. I will say goodbye to you right now because we'll move on to the next program point soon. But thanks for taking the time. And I hope that you'll stay safe and healthy during these chaotic times, during this chaotic year, actually.
Thank you, and stay safe to everyone there. And thank you so much for these fascinating questions and for your wonderful moderation. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you.
And for the
Talk to you
invitation.
later then. Bye.
Okay. Bye, everyone.
So, das war unsere Keynote-Speakerin Cynthia Miller-Idriss. Und wie eben schon gesagt, also an sich, die Diskussion ist ja noch nicht vorbei. Sie wird auch noch im House-Space verfügbar sein. Und Fragen können da locker gestellt werden. Genau. Ich freue mich, dass wir jetzt auch zum nächsten Programmpunkt kommen. Und zwar ist es ein Panel, ein hybrides Panel. Anders ist es ja zurzeit leider gar nicht möglich. Aber genau, wir haben das Beste gemacht, um es zusammenzustellen. Das Panel steht unter dem Motto The Politics of Deplatforming the Far Right. Und diskutiert werden die Gründe und Vorgehen des Deplatformings und welche Probleme dabei entstehen können. Moderieren wird dieses Panel Mike Fielitz. Und im Anschluss gibt es natürlich da auch wieder die Möglichkeit, Fragen zu stellen, wo sonst als im House-Space. Ich möchte kurz unsere Panel-Gäste vorstellen und dann wird Mike auch übernehmen. Er kommt gerade auch schon ins Studio rein. Mike wird mit 4 tollen internationalen Gästinnen sprechen, und zwar mit Rebecca Lewis. Sie ist Doktorandin an der Stanford University und betreibt unter anderem Forschung zu rechtsradikalen YouTubern. Dann Joe Mulhall. Er ist Researcher bei Hope Not Hate, der größten antifaschistischen und antirassistischen Organisation in Großbritannien. Und er ist auch Historiker mit einem Schwerpunkt auf Faschismusforschung. Mit dabei ist außerdem Ofer Klein, ist Researcher am European University Institute in Florenz, wo sie zu rechtsradikaler Online-Mobilisierung forscht. Und außerdem dabei Miro Dittrich. Miro Dittrich leitet das Projekt bei der Amadeo Antonio Stiftung, das Online-Monitoring zu extremen Rechten und Verschwörungsideologien betreibt. Also, ich wünsche allen viel Spaß beim Panel und sage, los geht's mit deiner Moderation, Mike.
Alles klar. Vielen Dank für die Überleitung, Nie, und sehr gut in der Zeit. Das heißt, wir haben viel Zeit zum Diskutieren. Und auch nochmal an alle im House-Space und im Stream. Wir werden jetzt gleich auf Englisch überleiten und das Panel auf Englisch durchführen. Alle Fragen, die Sie aber auch haben im House-Space, können auch auf Deutsch gestellt werden und wir werden die übersetzen. Ich kriege die hier auf meinen Computer geschickt und werde sie dann an die Panelistinnen und Panelisten weiterleiten. So I switch to English. Welcome everybody in the house space. Welcome to our guests. This is the first panel, the first expert panel, the politics of deplatforming the far right. And we are pleased to have really amazing guests and experts from very different country contexts here at the Zoom. And I see you all like on the monitor, and I hope you hear me and you see me too. Just give me a sign. Yes, perfect. So I just present them like in the order of the panels. On the top left, we have Ofra Klein. On the top right, oh, I hope it's not mirror. I hope I got it right. But on the top right, you have Joe Mulhall. On the down left, Miro Dietrich, and then down right, Rebecca Lewis. I will introduce them also in a minute before they begin their talks. So this panel will work as follows. So each of the speakers has 7 to 10 minutes to present an input, and afterwards we are going in a Q&A and discuss all together as most interactively as such a Zoom setting is making this possible. Let me just share 2 words on the scope of this panel. It is often said that deplatforming works in the sense that it is an effective means to curb far-right dynamics on social media. And we found also in our study evidence for this in the case of Germany. Yet the removal of accounts brings about problems and dilemmas where to draw the line and how to justify certain behaviors, not to speak of unintended consequences such bans might cause. It also raises the question how far-right content could thrive for so many years without serious interventions by platform operators. Hence, deplatforming the far-right brings to the fore some general questions: which role platforms play for the recent wave of far-right extremism, and which fundamental problems are inherent in the design of commercial platforms that connect billions of people. So we are pleased to discuss these different questions and all the sub-questions that are related to this from very different perspectives in this panel. We're going to begin now with Joe Mulhall. Joe is a senior researcher at the Hope Not Hate, the UK's largest anti-fascist and anti-racist organization. He's a historian of post-war and contemporary fascism and will talk about the role of negligent social media platforms, which role social media platforms have played in the spreading online hate and the positive effects of deplatforming. Joe, we are keen to hear your points on this, and the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thanks for the invite. I can't believe how amazing this looks. I've spent all summer at conferences and stuff, and none of them look this amazing. I'm just very disappointed not to be in Berlin with you. I was very much looking forward to it. I work at an organisation in the UK called Hope Not Hate. We do an array of kind of anti-far-right activism, but deplatforming is something we've been really, really keen on, and something we've looked at extremely closely over the last, well, especially 5 years, but perhaps a little longer. And I'm going to talk just very briefly about why I think deplatforming works, why I think it's a useful tactic. But I do want to start off by saying I don't think it's a silver bullet. I think too often the arguments when we discuss deplatforming is framed in a sense that if you believe in deplatforming, that's the only thing you care about. It's the only thing that you do all day long. And it's not. It's no silver bullet. It is merely one tactic amongst numerous, but it is one that I think is especially useful. So I think there's 2 questions to start with. One is a more philosophical question regarding whether ethically we should engage in deplatforming. This kind of, can it lead to further radicalization? Can it lead to extreme, more violence? As well as broader issues around freedom of speech, health of public discourse. There is those broad questions about whether or not we should deplatform. But then, of course, also extremely important is whether or not we think it works. And asking whether deplatform as a tactic is a useful way to try to deal with online hate and the far right more broadly. Now, I think the philosophical arguments, many of them against deplatforming, are often based on somewhat untenable assumptions, and I perhaps don't have time to go into all of them there. So I'm going to focus more rigorously on why I think it does work, or asking the question whether it works. And I guess it's worth starting out by talking about what do I mean by deplatforming? And ostensibly, I'm talking about 3 different types of platforms is the way we look at it at Hope Not Hate. One are the mainstream platforms. This is Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, etc., all of which have a significant problem with far-right activism on them and hate speech on those platforms. We have then what we call co-opted platforms. These are smaller platforms that have often very large far-right problems on them, like Telegram or Discord, but they're not explicitly created for or by the far right. And then finally, we have bespoke platforms, and these are platforms which are created by the far right, ostensibly for the reason of disseminating hate speech and that sort of content. And each of these types of platforms serve different roles within the movement. The mainstream platforms is where they, first of all, can reach victims. It's where they can target and harass people. It's where they can propagate their ideology. It's where they can recruit new activists, etc. The other two platforms, co-opted and bespoke platforms, are a much more insular form of conversation. It's where the far right talk to themselves. It's where they can sometimes radicalize, but it's where they can plan and plot and things. But it's their ability to reach the victims and to propagate and recruit is severely diminished. So this is what I mean by saying this is not a silver bullet. It doesn't end the problem. But removing people from mainstream platforms onto these smaller and more bespoke far right platforms is a useful tactic and has numerous really successful things tied into it. So I'm going to thought I'd just give two very brief case studies of where I think it's worked in a UK context. Some of you may or may not have heard of an organisation called Britain First. For a period, they were an enormous online presence in the United Kingdom. They had 1.8 million followers on Facebook, 2 million likes, and this was in March 2018. They had the second most liked Facebook page in the politics and society category after the British royal family. Some of us don't like either of the groups, but there still shouldn't have been anywhere near the royal family, whatever you think. But removal from Twitter, they then also had large Twitter followings and large presence on YouTube. They were removed from Twitter in December 2017, then from Facebook in March 2018. This had an enormous effect on their ability and their reach. One of the key issues, or one of the key signs of Britain First, was online they looked enormous. They spoke to millions of people on a daily basis. When they tried to organize offline, they often could manage only just a handful. They were engaged in very extreme anti-Muslim activism. They would invade mosques, they would run into mosques with banners, they would engage in street protests in Muslim areas of London and the like. They engaged in very confrontational form of far-right politics. But the difference between their ability to mobilize offline and their ability to spread propaganda online was vast. And once they deplatformed, they're now, of course, like many of these sorts of groups that are no longer on those major platforms, they're on much smaller platforms. They're on Telegram, where they have just 19,000 followers. And so their ability, their main way they made political effect in the UK was never their real world activism. It was never standing in elections. They very rarely managed to get many votes, but they did manage to spread anti-Muslim propaganda to millions of people online. By ending that, it has severely curtailed their effectiveness as an organization, and they are a shadow of their former selves. They have been reduced even further offline in terms of their ability to reach people, and online they only speak to themselves and their own activists. So I think this is just kind of one example of it's been really successful. Another really great example is a far-right figure called Tommy Robinson. His real name is Stephen Yaxley Lennon. I'm sure you've heard of him. He's an enormous fan of Pegida in Germany. He's been over numerous times over the years. He even set up a Pegida branch in the UK. But he founded something called the English Defence League, which was the most prominent anti-Muslim street movement we've ever had in the UK. And he became a relatively large figure on the international anti-Muslim scene, both sides of the Atlantic. Again, he had a vast online following, especially on Facebook, especially on Twitter and on YouTube. And this was also where he made his money. So I'm going to come on to a bit about why deplatforming is useful in terms of monetization. He was bit by bit slowly deplatformed from the three major platforms, from Facebook in Twitter in March 2018. In February 2019, he was banned from Facebook, and then YouTube took steps not to ban him, but to reduce his reach. He, again, now only has 35,000 followers on Telegram, which is still a large number, but it's significantly reduced. And this is one that has played out in terms of effect in our communities and on our streets in the UK. In 2018, when he was at the height of his power online, he organised some of the largest far-right demonstrations we've seen in the United Kingdom since the Second World War. Well over 15,000 people in certain cases in central London. Since deplatforming, although it's not the only reason, it has been a fundamental reason for this. Since then, he's had a number of demonstrations in the last year or two, and the numbers have been in the hundreds. And one of the core reasons for this is when he used to call demonstrations, he would call out his supporters and he would call out people from across the far right into tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of people. Now he speaks to his very, very core audience only, which was always, again, much smaller than his online audience. He is a really great example about how removing far-right figures' ability to speak to normal people, to propagate their ideas, to harass people, etc., has a real-world effect. This is not just about making a better online space, it's about protecting our communities and our streets as well, and I think that's fundamentally important. And then briefly, the third kind of case study I want to talk about is social media didn't create hate, it didn't create the far right, it didn't create the ideologies of the far right, but it did change the way in which hate was disseminated and distributed. In the age of the internet, we've seen the emergence of disparate movements, such as the anti-Muslim kind of counter-jihad movement or the alt-right and these sorts of movements. And while all of these do have formal groups in them and formal traditional far-right organizations within them, they're also post-organizational in some ways. And by this I mean thousands of individuals all over the world, not just in the UK, offering micro donations of time, money in some cases, collaborating towards common goals, completely outside of the formalized structures of the traditional far right. It's almost like a school of fish that moves in a certain direction from around the world to pick up a certain election issue or a certain campaign issue. And these movements lack formal leaders or a formal leader, and they lack a formal structure. They rather have figureheads, and these figureheads are more often than not social media influencers or far-right social media influencers of one form or the other. And for most of the far-right post-war period, in terms of far-right activism, if you wanted to get active, that meant joining a party, it meant joining a group or canvassing, it meant knocking on doors, it meant distributing leaflets, it meant attending meetings, and there was a social cost to all of this form of activism. Now, of course, from the comfort of your own home and the safety of your own home, you can sit there, you can be a far-right activist, and you can engage in politics by watching YouTube videos, visiting far-right websites, networking on forums, speaking on voice chat services like Discord, or trying to convert people on mainstream social media platforms like Twitter and Facebook. And this can all be done anonymously, of course, as well. So it greatly lowers the social cost of far-right activism. And these new movements such are many-headed hydras. They are movements that have dozens of figureheads pushing politics online. And fundamental importance to this growing of this is that they have become transnational as well. They cross borders. You know, we've got people from all over the world on this conference today and different organizations. And most of us look primarily at our domestic movements and domestic hate actors, but we all understand now that these are transnational movements by their very nature. And while activists will generally continue to be primarily preoccupied with local or national issues, they invariably now contextualize them continentally in the case of Europe, or even globally as increasing the case. Now, often these activists come from all over the world and they come together for short periods and they collaborate on certain issues. I'll always remember Le Pen saying after the last election, when she did that video thanking the online militants from all over the world for coming to her aid. These are loose networks that act as synapses that pass information around the globe, that pass activism around the world. And social media has been fundamental for facilitating the emergence of these networks. And deplatforming is a fundamental way in which we can disrupt these networks. It is the way that we can take out what you might call the super sharers, the individuals that coagulate information from all over the world, say anti-Muslim information, and distribute it to large audiences and whip up international tensions. No longer does it make sense, if I care about anti-Muslim politics in England, to worry about who is whipping up tension on my street or in my community. Far right in the UK might be just as animated about halal chicken nuggets in a school in Berlin. And by breaking these linkages, by deplatforming, we can stop these movements and slow their growth, and we can slow the dangerous impact they have. So I think there's a number of reasons why deplatforming works, just to sum up. First of all, it reduces their scale and impact, and it takes them off online spaces where they can recruit more people, where they can engage with normal people, where they can propagandize, and importantly, away from places where they can reach victims, where they can attack people. And it puts them into online spaces where they are much more closed and they're much more speaking to themselves. It reduces their ability to fundraise. It reduces Candace Owens, for example, in America, I know she's not like really far right. You'd call her radical right in a European sense, perhaps. But she talked last week about earning $1 million a month on Facebook. By deplatforming these figures, we can significantly reduce the funds that are heading into the far right and the politics of hatred. So there's the two sides to it. And so I do think, as I say, this is no silver bullet. I think it's important not to pretend that this is kind of the be all and end all. But I think the arguments that are against deplatforming, that sunlight is the best disinfectant, we have heard these arguments time and time again. You know, we have heard that if we can just challenge Holocaust denial online, we can win. People have been challenging Holocaust denial for 75 years and it hasn't disappeared. These arguments are no longer philosophically tenable. And so the final thing I'd like to say is the attacks against deplatforming are often on the basis that it's a suppression of free speech. And we do, of course, have to be extremely careful not to suppress free speech unintentionally. However, I do think that if we understand deplatforming properly, it's actually about increasing freedom of speech. In a reality, allowing such hateful speech to be disseminated online erodes the quality of public debate and causes harm to certain specific groups and that are targeted by such speech. And this defense, in theory and in practice, minimizes free speech overall. Deplatforming shouldn't be understood as a way to, it should be understood as a way to maximize freedom of speech for more people, including those from minority backgrounds whose speech is consistently marginalized online and elsewhere. So it's not going to be perfect, but I do think it is incredibly and increasingly important tactic that we use, and I think tech companies just need to get on with it. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Joe. This was really inspiring and engaging presentation, and I'm trying to summarize in 1 or 2 sentences what you just said in English to our German speakers, so that we don't lose anyone. Joe Maurer hat den ersten Vortrag gerade gehalten, Sie haben es gehört. Ich versuche nur zusammenzufassen, 1 oder 2 Sätzen, seine zentralen Punkte. Joe hat gezeigt an verschiedenen Studien oder an verschiedenen Fällen in Großbritannien, inwiefern das Deplatforming dort gewirkt hat. Er hat die Partei Britain First, den Influencer Tommy Robinson vorgestellt und eben dort auch diskutiert, wie sich eben rechtsextremer Aktivismus verändert hat im Kontext sozialer Medien. Und sein zentrales Argument ist eben, dass Deplatforming Real-Life-Effects hat, wie er sagt, also realweltliche Effekte in der Hinsicht, dass es Communities sicherer macht und einfach auch ein Argument für freie Rede ist im Endeffekt, weil sich Menschen, die vorher von rechten Gruppen halt angegriffen wurden, jetzt freier äußern können, wenn sie nicht mehr da ist. Von daher ist es ein wichtiges Tool gegen die extreme Rechte im Internet. Andererseits muss es eben genauso vorsichtig verwendet werden, damit die Grundrechte gesichert sind und ja, ein gutes Miteinander generell möglich ist. Okay, switching back to English and to our second speaker, Ofra Klein. I'm really happy to have you here, Ofra. Ofra is a PhD researcher at the European Institute in Florence, where she works on radical online mobilizations. And Ofra is, as I am as well, a doctoral fellow at the Center for Analysis of the Radical Right. And at this occasion, we would also like to thank CAR for the endorsement of this event. And Ofra will take a critical perspective on the not intended consequence of deplatforming. And so we are really looking forward to this, also like in combination with the first talk and for the general discussion later on. Floor is yours, Ofra.
Okay, yes. Can you hear me? I hope I'm clear enough.
Perfectly.
Okay, great.
Yes.
So thank you so much, Mike, for inviting me in such a great panel. As you mentioned, I lead work on my doctoral dissertation on the radical right online, and one of the chapters specifically looks at deplatforming, and it's very similar to the report that came out today, so I'm very happy to also just be part of that in general. So when it comes to the idea of deplatforming, this whole topic in itself has become much more politicized over the past years, basically. And because it's such a very political issue, it's very tempting to make big claims about whether it's very successful or not. And I'm arguing that actually we don't know so well how successful deplatforming is. And there are several reasons for that, primarily because we have very incomplete data. So the examples given by the previous speaker, Joe, are very good examples, but they're also the examples that we know because they're highly reported on, and these are very clear examples of people and organizations with many followers. We don't really know what is happening really at these platforms and what is being removed, at what time it is being removed, why it is being removed. So we have actually a very limited understanding of the reasoning behind deplatforming. And on the other hand, we also have very limited data on the consequences of deplatforming. So we know, for example, indeed, that deplatforming leads to less monetization of the far right, to less followers of the far right, which in itself might already be enough reason to deplatform these actors. But we don't know, for example, what the negative consequences might be in, for example, spurring far-right support. One of the reasons that I am interested in deplatforming is that we've seen that in the past couple of years, these practices of deplatforming have significantly increased. At the same time, we see, for example, that in a country such as Germany, where the hate speech laws are arguably the strictest, there's one of the biggest problems in dealing with far-right violence. And we also see that despite these big increases in deplatforming, actually in the past years, there's just been a pretty big increase in conspiracy theories, as well as in the support for these theories. So, for example, in Germany, but also now in the Netherlands, we see that QAnon is gaining massive amounts of support despite platforms removing such content. And this is showing that there might be also an underlying problem that cannot be solved by just indeed deplatforming content. Another problem I think there is with deplatforming is that we might have also created a bigger problem here because of several reasons. One of which is that we see that these far-right actors are changing their tactics because of deplatforming. So they're using dog whistles in the form of like coded words, which make it very hard sometimes to find content, or it takes a while in order to understand who they're talking to, what they're meaning. So this has made the practices of deplatforming in itself quite hard. At the same time, we see that they, which is one of the major problems, I think, is this fragmentation of platforms. So oftentimes the argument is, well, these actors are deplatformed and they move to other platforms where they might radicalize, which of course is a bad thing. But another thing is that we as researchers have very much difficulties understanding what is going on, because when I read the report, I saw that there was a specific platform which is apparently quite often used in Germany, but I didn't know about it because in the Netherlands, for example, this is not the platform that is used when far-right activists are actually removed from social media, but they use a Dutch platform. So I have the feeling that there is a lot of very small fringe platforms that are emerging where people flock to, and it's very hard to have an overview. And as we know, as researchers from social media, it's already quite difficult to gain enough data from the mainstream social media platforms, and this might be very hard to have data that actually makes platform comparisons possible. My main concern with the platform is actually that it might have adverse consequences. So research on radical right-wing support, for example, shows that one of the main reasons why people feel attracted to the radical right is because they feel that they're unheard. And they have, because of that, quite a negative view towards the elite, so populist views. And the elite can be anything. It can be the politicians, traditional media. And we see that with the platforming aspects, the social media platforms are now part of the elite of the hated groups. So there are some studies done by colleagues from the Weizenbaum Institute in Berlin. And they look at, for example, the discourse on V-Contacte. And in contrast to the usual discourse of these far-right groups, which focus on Muslims, migrants, or the political elite, one of the main focuses of these this discontent discourse is actually focused on the social media platforms themselves. And as a consequence of this, I fear there might be actually an increased discontent, but also distrust in the elite, in platforms. And for this reason, it might not be so surprising that people are starting to look for different types of information online. So in this sense, we have very little understanding about how such deplatforming practices might in fact spur feelings of the radical right, as well as people's attractiveness to these alternative views. So in short, my argument is that in order to understand how successful deplatforming is, we need to go beyond looking at how it affects indeed their monetization or their loss of support. But we also need to understand why exactly certain groups are removed and others are not, but also how this affects the views for radical right-wing support beyond the idea that they might actually radicalize on other platforms. I think I'm well within the 10 minutes now.
Perfectly on time. Thank you, Afra, for this very interesting talk. I really enjoyed it, and I just also translate in 1 or 2 sentences like the key messages of your presentation. Wie Sie gehört haben, hat Afra Klein gerade gesprochen. Sie hat einen kritischen Blick aufs Deplatforming geworfen, gesagt, dass es sehr wenig Wissen darüber gibt, wie im Endeffekt auch die Konsequenzen ablaufen, was die Gründe für Deplatforming sind. Und deswegen ist sie etwas vorsichtig mit ihren Schlussfolgerungen, die man daraus ziehen kann, gerade deshalb, weil sich viele Online-Plattformen besonders, also diese ganze Online-Welt sehr stark fragmentiert und wir sehr schwer nachvollziehen können, wie sich gewisse Löschaktionen im Internet dann eben konkret ausprägen. Und dass eben gerade auch nicht intendierte Konsequenzen wie Misstrauen in politische Eliten gestärkt werden kann, dadurch, dass man scheinbar eine scheinbar willkürliche Form des Deplatformings durchsetzt. Ich denke, das ist sehr kontrovers im Vergleich zu Joes Talk, deswegen freuen wir uns jetzt schon auf die Fragerunde. Wo I just want to add, at the moment we already have several questions for the speakers from the house space, so please continue to ask questions. I received them and I will forward them, and all these questions that are not being forwarded, like in our discussions, may be answered in the house space later on, because our panelists said that they are going to appear there. Now I move to the third speaker, which is Miro Dietrich. Miro leads the Hate project at the Amadeo Antonio Foundation that monitors far-right and conspiracy theory phenomena online. He has been observing and analyzing key players, their narratives and tactics and platforms for several years, and recently published a brochure on QAnon in Germany. QAnon has also been mentioned by Afra a few minutes ago. And Miro will address how the growth of alternative platforms changed the relevance of big platforms for far-right extremists, if I got this right. And we are really looking forward to your talk, Miro, and the floor is yours.
Well, thank you for the invitation. It's really good to be on such a great panel. And first of all, I'm really happy to see this topic discussed here so diverse, so I can focus on just one thing, how the platform needs to keep adapting. Of course, whenever you argue for deplatforming, one thing should be clear, that far-right extremism is not a technical problem, it's a societal problem. So we can't find a technical solution for this problem. But on the other hand, we see very clearly that the far-right extremists and far-right violent actors use the tool of the internet to organize and radicalize, and this leads to offline violence. The Christchurch report that just was released made a pretty clear vision on how the Christchurch shooter got radicalized on YouTube. So we see that this content being online has some effects to the offline world. But to talk about how the future of deplatforming needs to adapt, I think it's important to have a quick look back. It's a lot of things happened since in 2016, Mark Zuckerberg called that the idea of misinformation on social media, on Facebook, had any influence on the election crazy. And it's good to see that these social media companies have seen that they have a societal responsibility and that they increased their efforts to enforce the community guidelines. Because first of all, the problem was they weren't even enforcing it. But it's also good to see that they adapted these guidelines. For example, the addition of white nationalism as a banned subject, and not only white supremacy, shows that they're really learning. But this also created an endless cat and mouse game where violent actors always trying to wait deplatforming. And I think it's really interesting if we see at newer movements like the Boogaloo, that it's kind of baked into them, this idea of always trying to wait deplatforming. From the beginning, how their names changed, how their signs changed, how the symbols that they used, always was with the idea, how can we avoid a future deplatforming? And they often praise NetzDG in other countries often praise it. I wouldn't see it as that successful, because NetCG only deals with illegal content online. And so far I've seen that people just learned how to not make threads that are illegal, and it mostly changed the language, but not actually the content that was being that's being taught. But the biggest change I want to go into is how the merchants of all tech of new platforms kind of pose a new challenge for these big companies. And now for every big social media company, there's an alternative that the far right uses. And in Germany, it's especially Telegram. Since 2008, it grew quite extreme. And just hearing the numbers, it shows that in Germany, we have several channels with more than 100,000 people following them. So it's really an alternative network for a lot of these people. But to understand what this change, it's important to see why violent extremists use social media. They use it for propaganda and networking, they're using it for recruitment, and they use it for organizing. Before these alternative platforms were as widely available, it often was enough for these big companies to deplatform these big players, these new phenomena that were emerging. And it often effectively hindered these violent actors to organize further offline violence. But now these violent actors mainly use these big platforms for the first phase of growth. So connecting with other people, radicalizing people, and building a movement. From the beginning, they make advertisement for alternative media. They always talk about, we are getting deleted any day now. So they prepare their community already for migration off platform to these alternative tech platforms. This means that when the big platforms now deplatform these actors, it won't stop them from effectively organizing offline violence. So we see that alternative platforms become more and more important, but people still get in contact with these violent extremists on the platforms they use usually. The first time they see it is in their Facebook feed for most of these people. And I think we often see this in moments of crisis. Like we've seen with the pandemic, the crisis led a lot of people to kind of look for answers, what's happening at the moment. That's where they got in contact with a lot of these players. They were transported offline to these alternative platforms. So if platforms still want to stop offline violence from happening, I think it's important for them to focus on this earlier phase, on this first phase of growth. And it's really complicated because as we've seen, more and more of these digital phenomena are really hard to grasp. QAnon and the Boogaloo movement, they are not far-right actors as we have known them. So I think it's harder for social media platforms to have rules for this. And when we look at the first phase of growth, I think the most important tool that these violent actors use at the moment are conspiracy narratives. These are really useful tools because sadly, a lot of people believe in these conspiracy narratives already. And also, when you talk about coded conspiracy narratives, it's hard not to scare off new people. But what we've seen is that when this migration happens, when they announce their alternative accounts, these uncoded messages get decoded. So while they were talking on Facebook about how Zionists were doing evil things, on Telegram, it's now the Jews who supposedly do all these evil things. But you have this first phase off on Facebook where you kind of grow to this idea. And I think it's important to recognize the influence of conspiracy narratives. And we even see that the FBI classified these conspiracy theories like QAnon as a potential domestic terrorism threat. So I think it's important for the big platforms to realize the effect these conspiracy narratives have. And I'm happy to see that some change is starting here. For example, QAnon is banned from almost all platforms. They have different arguments why they're doing it, but I think it's a good step in a good direction. I think when we look at conspiracy narratives, they can kind of draw from the past. And they have to see what the logical conclusion of these conspiracy narratives is. These conspiracy narratives are drenched in apocalyptic worldviews. The coming downfall is always coming on the next day. They clearly work with dehumanizing and demonizing the enemy. And And I think it's hard to see that this worldview won't end in violence. And that's something they did with white nationalism. They realized that although white nationalism isn't always explicitly arguing for violence, that if you think the idea of white nationalism to the end, it only can be reached by violence. So I think if we still need constant adaptation to these new developments, and platforms definitely need to learn fast on this.
Thank you, Miro. It was very interesting, your talk. I tried to translate, as always, in very few sentences. It's really difficult, actually, to focus on one or two sentences because it was so different facets of the problem that you addressed, and it's really great also for the discussion. Ich übersetze, wie auch vorher, ganz kurz, was Miro gesagt hat. Er hat begonnen mit dem Argument, dass wir es natürlich mit einem sozialen Phänomen zu tun haben und technische Lösungen nicht unbedingt das soziale Problem beheben, sondern es braucht natürlich auch eine soziale Blickweise darauf. Und er hat besonders darauf rekurriert, die Bedeutung von alternativen Plattformen ernst zu nehmen, weil dort eben gerade über Verschwörungsnarrative ein Einfallstor in rechtsextreme Weltbilder geschaffen wird und über die wenig moderierten Plattformen eben auch es wenig Gegenrede oder eben auch Versuche gibt, diese Prozesse zu unterbinden. Und für ihn ist wichtig, dass gewisse Bewegungen, wie beispielsweise die bereits erwähnte QAnon-Bewegung oder auch andere eben in frühen Phasen verstanden werden und auch in frühen Phasen interveniert werden muss, bevor sie ein Massenphänomen werden und dann eben auch schwer zu deplatformen sind oder gerade weil das eben dann größere Sympathiebekundungen ausüben würde und auch gewisse Verschwörungsnarrative sich dann eben bestätigt sehen. Okay, we switch over to our last speaker. We have a lot of questions from the house space as well, so please keep going. We are really looking forward also to discuss them now at the Q&A and later in the panel. So last but for sure not least, I'm pleased to welcome Rebecca Lewis to our panel. Becca is a PhD candidate at the Stanford University Department of Communication. She's also affiliated with the Data and Society Research Institute in New York. And she works especially on reactionary and far-right YouTubers, as well as on media manipulation online. We're looking forward to hear your talk, Becca, that is on practical, political, and philosophical challenges that come with the deplatforming of far-right communities online. The floor is yours.
Great. Hi, everyone. It's so great to be here. Thank you so much to the organizers for having me. And it's an honor to be here with the rest of these amazing panelists whose work I've admired for a long time. My research today has focused on far-right subcultures and media creators, and also how they interact with social media platforms. And based on that perspective, I'm going to focus on specific practical challenges that come with deplatforming the far right. And of course, the blessing and the curse of going last on a panel like this is that I will necessarily be echoing some points that some of the other panelists have made, but hopefully there will be enough new information in here as well. So specifically, I'm not focusing on the ethics of deplatforming or the effects or the unintended consequences. I'm focusing on if we decided, today, this is an effort that we want to pursue, widespread deplatforming as an approach, what would be the challenges to that? And while I want to argue that I'll leave it there for a second. So the first big set of challenges comes with social media policies and technical systems. So the first, which some of the other panelists have alluded to, is that it's very difficult for social media platforms to determine what constitutes hate speech, what constitutes content that should be deplatformed, to set the boundaries. That's particularly difficult because these groups are so good at staying just inside the lines of what's deemed acceptable. Frequently on YouTube, for example, you rarely hear people using slurs. They know that that will get them kicked off, and they want to be able to broadcast to the biggest audience possible. At the same time, when big kind of sweeping policies are made, it can also have the unintended consequence of banning or kicking off people who are maybe discussing Nazis from a critical standpoint, or are using a slur that relates to their own racial or ethnic group, and it has a different context in that framing. So there's a lot of nuance that can get lost in these policies, and that can be a really practical challenge for enacting deplatforming. Along those lines, the scale and size of social media platforms makes it incredibly difficult to operationalize these processes. So the platforms have grown so large, they often have to use algorithms to moderate content. And those algorithms are often very blunt tools, and they make mistakes. They can take down content that doesn't include hate speech. They can take down, again, some of these commentary that criticizes hate speech. So just recently, for example, after the Facebook ban of QAnon content, a woman emailed me distraught because she had been running a Facebook page that was meant for friends and family members who were struggling with someone they loved who had fallen prey to QAnon. And her group got kicked off along with the pro-QAnon groups. So there are a lot of practical challenges along those lines. And then, of course, it's a global problem, and there are different legal situations in different countries. And so we see this with different speech laws in Germany and the United States. And the platforms have to negotiate these differences in ways that are often very difficult. So all of that is technical policy challenges. All of them together can be very costly and time consuming for platforms. And often it's easier for them to just not invest in these challenges, to focus on revenue growth rather than these endeavors that are drains on their revenue, let's say. But beyond the technical and policy challenges, there are also many ideological and political challenges. So the biggest and most obvious is that there are attacks that come from right-wing groups claiming that they're being unfairly targeted by social media platforms, that the platforms have an ideological bias. And the platforms themselves are left in a bind when, in the United States, for example, someone like Donald Trump is the one stoking far-right groups, amplifying them, and so on, because in that case, they explicitly are making a political choice if they decide to take posts of his down. But even beyond the far right, there is a broader sense of unease around platforms having the power to censor various content, which is absolutely a fair concern. But there is this widespread idea, like Joe mentioned, that sunlight is the best disinfectant. In many ways, that actually has been shown to be false time and again. And I'll just offer what one of my colleagues, Whitney Phillips, has said, which is a different metaphor for us to draw from, which is that it's not that sunlight is the best disinfectant. It's actually that these platforms can be oxygen that fans the flames of hatred. So there's different ways of thinking about it. But those kind of political understandings of the broader population can be a big challenge to grapple with. And then there's the fact that the social media platforms themselves are built on deeply libertarian guiding principles. They, as companies growing in the 80s and 90s in the United States, not these specific social media platforms, but Silicon Valley companies more generally, were built on the idea that the internet should be a space that's free from any regulation, where every individual should be able to say whatever they want. And that mindset is still really, really deeply entrenched in these social media platforms. And so even aside from their business interests, although this does dovetail very nicely with their business interests, the platforms feel very strongly that a libertarian approach to free speech is the correct one. At the same time, they try to present themselves as non-political so that they don't get the attacks from far-right groups. So they often find themselves in kind of political and ideological binds that can be a real challenge to grapple with. And then finally, there's a range of just fundamental challenges with the nature of deplatforming itself. So there's the fact that by its very nature, it's a reactive step. So for example, with a figure like Alex Jones, who got removed, it was very effective that he got removed. His audience was cut significantly, but it happened after he had already built a really big audience. So the question becomes how to enact deplatforming in a way that it's not only kind of too little, too late. And along those lines, it can also be a very individualized approach. So I don't know how this translates, but I always say that it can be like a game of whack-a-mole, where you deplatform one person, but another far-right figure can spring right up. And that's because the incentives and the attention economy on platforms is still in place, where people are able to, or they have these incentives to say incendiary things that will gain them attention, that may gain them money, that may bring them friends and followers. There are all of these things baked into place on a platform like YouTube, and deplatforming may like cut off the leaves, but it doesn't actually get at the root. So this is all a way of saying that, I agree that deplatforming is important, it's vital. There are probably also some unintended consequences that we should look to, but it also just comes with a host of challenges. And I would say probably represents in general, it represents one prong of kind of what needs to be a multi-prong response. But even within that one prong, there's like a host of considerations to actually do it effectively.
Thank you, Becca. It was really interesting, inspiring talk. As always, I tried to summarize it in 2 German sentences. It's really difficult in this way because it opened really a lot of ideas also, which to debate on. So, Rebecca Lewis' Talk, den wir gerade gehört haben, hat verschiedene Facetten nochmal, also ganz neue Ideen auch nochmal reingebracht in unser Panel. Sie hat vor allen Dingen nochmal angesprochen, dass jenseits der bereits erwähnten Erfolge und eben auch Herausforderungen des Deplatformings oft gar nicht klar ist, welcher Content und also welche Inhalte und welche Akteure denn überhaupt deplatformt werden sollen, weil viele Akteure wissen, wie sie sich zu verhalten haben, sie kennen die Codes, sie wissen auch, wie sie gewisse fragwürdige Verhaltensweisen vermeiden. Und es ist natürlich auch in Zeiten von Donald Trump, wenn, sagen wir mal, jemand, der als Präsident seine Macht eben nutzt, um auch gewisse Inhalte zu streuen, dann eben auch eine Frage, also eine Question of Scale, also eine Frage der Verhältnisse auch, wen man eben dort quasi auch ins Fadenkreuz nimmt und inwiefern eben auch Größe dort zählt. Und viel der Silicon Valley Unternehmen sind natürlich geprägt von einer libertären Einstellung, das heißt, die davon ausgehen, dass jeder alles im Internet sagen darf und sich eben oft nach Regulation vermeiden. Aber Genau, das sind eben Sachen, die wir jetzt gerne weiter diskutieren wollen, und Sie haben auch über den Hauspace die Möglichkeit, Fragen zu stellen. So please go ahead asking questions. I think we cannot respond to all of them in the Q&A because we have really a lot now. I would just also have one to all of them just to begin with. So one question, why we all chose you also in the panels, because you're all coming from different country contexts. And so I would be interested from your country perspective, what you think, how national policies and national political culture influence the deplatforming of far-right on global platforms. So we heard different cases from the UK, from the US, from Germany, and also from the Netherlands. So I would be interested also, like, how the national and the global interact with each other, and how different cultures of deplatforming we have in different countries. So who's going to be first? Are we going in the order of the discussion of the panel? Joe, do you want to start?
Yeah, I can jump in on that. Yeah, it's a really interesting question. In the UK, actually, it's been one that this discussion, and this kind of ties in a little bit with what Ofra was saying about the role that free speech is playing in, or the backlash, or the perception of a suppressed free speech as a mobilization for the far right. This has become increasingly important in the UK in the last 5 years, and part of it is British far-right figures unhelpfully looking across the Atlantic at the First Amendment. Something that I rather genuinely mean thankfully don't have in the UK. We have a very separate tradition of free speech to that of North America, and there is an increasing Americanized understanding of what free speech looks like and sounds like, I think, in parts or large parts of Europe, but especially in the United Kingdom at the moment. And we have had big demonstrations called the Day for Freedom, and far-right figures framing their sense it's a new form of oppression. And I think there's a number of difficulties here. One is that if you place deplatforming and the online far-right right now in a genuine historical context, the far-right have unprecedented platforms in the post-war period right now. In the last 10 to 15 years, far-right individuals in the UK speak to audiences that were inconceivable to the British far-right 10 years ago, let alone 50 years ago. So the online space has allowed the far-right an opportunity that they have not ever had in the United Kingdom. And so in some ways, deplatforming is essentially turning the clock back rather than a suppression of their freedom of speech. Traditionally, if you wanted to access far-right material in the United Kingdom, you went to a fascist. You wrote to a far-right book list. You knew you were going to the far right when you wanted to buy a book on Holocaust denial. Now you can find it online for free instantaneously, and you can probably buy it from Amazon as well, by the way. And in some ways, this is about the problem has got so much bigger in the last 15 years that we're trying to essentially curtail the growth. And so it's a difficult one because there is a genuine sense that freedom of speech is being suppressed. But in reality, I think actually most of the figures have got more freedom of speech to say what they want at any time in the post-war period in the United Kingdom. And a big chunk of that, as I say, is coming across the Atlantic, and it is this libertarian platform attitude, this West Coast American ideal of everyone can say what they want, etc. I think it's been extremely unhelpful. It has shifted the debate in a way and moved in some way. One of the things in Britain, freedom of speech sat alongside other rights, including the right not to be attacked, the right not to be verbally abused, and all these sorts of rights. It was not primus inter pares as it is in America. It's not the first amongst others. It was not prioritized. And that prioritization of freedom of speech over other people's rights is the reason that far-right people are jumping up and down in the UK and saying, I'm being suppressed because I can no longer attack victims I can no longer scream at women. I can no longer shout at Muslims and Jews online. I can't harass people. My freedom of speech has been curtailed. And so I think that's important. And then the final thing I just wanted to say on that is I do think it's about nuance in this. I think, there is a huge difference between saying, should the radical right be on these online spaces? Should the AFD, the Swedish Democrats, Front National, Nigel Farage, there's huge debates to be had there, which I agree are extremely important. But I'm actually talking about, we're so far from getting to those stages. I'm talking about white supremacists, neo-Nazi organizations, racial nationalists awash, sending out vile stuff. And I know, in terms of they might not be using the racial epithets they previously were on these platforms for fear of being kicked off them. But we have, a racial nationalist organization on Facebook in the UK with tens of thousands of followers. I'm talking about let's have the deplatforming discussion there, not necessarily talking about Nigel Farage or anything like that, where you might have more legitimate discussions about freedom of speech.
Really interesting take on this. Ofra, you want to go ahead?
Yes, so the question is how the national context actually influences the platform policies, if I understood correct.
Exactly, or how platform policies play out in a way in a national context.
Yeah, so I wouldn't say that like the German context is very clearly like one of the key countries in shaping how debates should take place online. I don't think the Dutch case is actually that important in that sense. I'm Dutch, by the way. But we see, for example, that policies taken by platforms do influence the debates of the Dutch far right. One key one was actually this summer when Facebook and Instagram decided to remove blackface, so pictures of blackface, which is actually part of the national holiday Sinterklaas, which we have, which has been very clear in the news, basically, because it's very controversial, obviously. And this is actually one of the key issues of the debate in the far right, and has been actually always. And it always, even though the holiday itself is November, December, debates already usually start in the summer about how we should keep blackface and how it's part of a tradition. So after Facebook decided to ban pictures that show blackface, there was a sharp increase, I would say, in the discussions of freedom of speech, indeed, of these platforms. Before that, I would say not so much. I mean, there were cases where the police would go to people's homes because they were expressing hateful speech on Facebook, for example, but I think there were quite a few of those. And we have a lot of the debate on the freedom of expression on the far right because of a court case which has been ongoing for years against Geert Wilders, who asked people whether they wanted less or more Moroccans. And this court case has been going on for years and years and years, even before this whole discussion of freedom of speech on the internet took place. So I guess in a sense, we already had this whole discussion, but I'm not so sure how much the Dutch case actually influences policies. But of course, the policies of platforms do influence the far-right debates.
Interesting. Miro, you want to go ahead?
Yeah, we definitely have a different view of this in Germany than in the United States. For example, Holocaust denial is not allowed. It's illegal in Germany. But I just want to make one thing clear about our NetzDG, about our law everybody's talking about. Translated, it means network enforcing law. So it's not a new law making something illegal, something new illegal. It's just a way to enforce current laws in the digital space. And looking at Germany, when you talk about deplatforming, actually, if you go in front of a judge, the law is pretty unclear. There's some cases where deplatforming is allowed, and there's some places where, in some trials, where deplatforming is not allowed, and pages have to go up online. So I don't think there's a clear way in Germany how this is handled by a judiciary system. So I think that's still complicated.
I absolutely agree on this. Becca?
Yeah, I'll wrap it up from the US context, which I don't think it's any secret that the US has a particularly enthusiastic appreciation of free speech, however that's understood. It is the First Amendment in our Constitution, and people often have a very absolutist approach to it, that every individual should be able to say whatever they want. Legally, there's kind of a misconception that because it's the First Amendment, people think that that absolutist view has been in place since the beginning of the United States. Actually, kind of the most extreme understanding of that has really only been in place from a legal perspective in the past 50 to 100 years. It's much more recent. On social media platforms, there's often both with the users and with the social media platforms themselves, there's a way of understanding them as somehow beholden to these free speech laws when actually the First Amendment only applies to the United States government. So the right to free speech is not the same thing as the right to being, to having a platform on these social media platforms. And that often that distinction gets blurred. And the last thing I'll say is that while that kind of absolutist ethos often makes its way into social media platforms in the US, there are, in the context of the far right and far right politics, there are also aspects, for example, related to sexuality, where actually in the US the concerns are the norms are much more conservative. So Facebook, for example, has experienced controversy because they've taken down photographs of women breastfeeding, a non-sexualized depiction of women's breasts that are treated as, more worthy of being taken down than far-right speech. So you get these strange cultural norms from the US kind of conflicting with each other as well.
Right, perfect. I will now include some questions to all of you. I hope I have one for each, at least. I go also in the same order of questions. So the first question from the house space is going to Joe from Michael Zeller. Joe, you mentioned the disconnect between Britain First online networking capacity and offline street-based mobilization capability. What do you think explains why some groups are not able to make these modes of activism reinforce each other while others are able? For example, Pegida and EDL. I just posed several questions to each of you, and then I hope you respond to them. There's another question that I would forward to Ofra. It is also asking or at least it is making the point that there's few quantitative data or quantitative studies on the reactions of deplatforming of individual actors. And it's combined with the question, what happens if an actor gets deplatformed? Could media reporting about this deplatforming in a certain way increase their reach, at least on the short term? I hope it was understandable, also how I interpreted this question. There are several questions for Miro and on QAnon. I tried to pick up one of my esteemed colleague, Reem Ahmed. Hi, Reem. So, Miro, you argue that the NetzDG has not been successful as people have changed their language to circumvent takedowns. I agree with you to a certain extent, but I don't know what the alternative could be. The UK are trying this with the online harms white papers by looking beyond illegal content and including harmful speech as well. But I see it as problematic because it is difficult to define the limits. Do you have a suggestion in mind of how the NetzDG could be improved? For example, do you think it should go in the same direction that is being suggested by the UK? And one for Becca, I would ask myself, because I think there are still some in the making, some questions. Becca, you are working especially on YouTube influencers, and I was interested in the economic side of their political activism. So how does deplatforming not only reduce their political reach, but also causes economic troubles in a way that they lose a quite important part of their businesses in a way. And one question for all. I don't know who can respond to this, but this is from Arne Steinberg. Arne has made recently a very interesting report series on far-right extremism on Instagram in Germany, but it was also translated into English. And Arne is asking, if we talk about the first instance of contact with right-wing content on the internet, What do the experts say to the possible dangers of Instagram, which is used by the majority of young people? Can Instagram be a starting point for online radicalization? I guess we go in the same order as before, and I'm looking forward to your answers.
Yeah, sure. It's a great question, right? It's the question. It's the question. If we could work out which organisations are going to take off and which ones are not, that's the golden ticket, right? I think there's a couple of things. So why is it that certain organisations like the English Defence League manage to get thousands and thousands onto the streets and some don't? And Pegida did and others don't. I think there's a couple of reasons. One is that in all cases, almost in contemporary far-right movements, their online presence, generally speaking, far outstrips their offline presence. The bar for engaging in online activism is just so much lower. Clicking like is one thing. Turning up on a rainy Saturday and standing in a car park and chanting football songs about Muslims is a lot more effort. You have to get in a car, you have to travel, all those sorts of things. So all of the movements that we monitor now, their online presence will be larger. I mentioned Patriotic Alternative, it's tens of thousands online, it's tens of tens offline. So that happens in the case. But some, of course, are more successful at getting people offline. And there's a couple of reasons for that. And I think they fall into line with a number of traditional things that many of which predate the internet when looking at why movements succeed and fail. Competence is a really obvious one to say, but the English Defence League was competently run with a network structure in the way that Britain first wasn't. Charismatic leaders with coterie charisma, the ability to mobilise people beyond the online space to the offline space is fundamentally important. The reason the English Defence League was so successful was that people wanted to go and see Tommy Robinson speak. They wanted to be near him in a way that Paul Golding, who leads Britain First, they're not. and so I think that there is kind of all the traditional reasons for why these ones, some do and some don't work. What I would add to that is, I think that the base or the base from which different movements get their support is also fundamentally important. The movements that draw supporters from pre-existing subcultures are often better at attracting people onto the streets. So, the English Defence League drew from football hooligan networks. Football hooligan networks were used to getting into buses and travelling around the country. So they did for the English Defence League. Britain First drew from a pool which was kind of more from a Christian base. They were kind of more overtly Christian. And so they wouldn't have drinking on their demonstrations, so football hooligans didn't turn up. And so there's kind of little things like that. And I think one of the interesting comparisons might be something like, if you look at the more extreme end of this, if you monitor kind of contemporary online neo-Nazi networks on things like Telegram, the vast majority of people in them, while we're seeing record numbers of arrests in the UK, for example, we're not seeing massive spikes in the number of terrorist attacks by the far right. A huge amount of what we're witnessing is people being extreme, very, very extreme, but they're being extreme in their bedroom and they're playing off each other and trying to be more and more extreme. If you compare that to, say, the 1990s, movements like Combat 18, which of course still exist and still exist across the continent, they drew their supporters not from online spaces, but from existing subcultures. In that case, it was hooligans or it was music scenes. And again, these were people that met on the ground in person and they engaged in violence, right? They actually went around beating up people on a daily basis in a way that lots of the British contemporary far right don't. So I think you kind of throw all these things together. There is a lower bar for activism online, but if you can have a really charismatic leader, if you can draw from subcultures that are used to turning out in the real world, and you can speak a language which fits to a very specific socioeconomic group of people, then it works. It's the same reason that the English Defence League worked, but the Swedish Defence League and the French Defence League didn't. These movements emerge out of grassroots movements with specific concerns. And then just very briefly, I'll touch on the Instagram question. Yes, I mean, we found a group this year called the British Hand, which was one of the first neo-Nazi networks that emerged, we found, out of Instagram in the UK and then went to Telegram, and it attracted extremely young people. We're getting increasingly concerned about Instagram as a platform that is not talked about enough in this area. People from that, we kind of put up the flag on. We had to send a dossier to counterterrorism police, and there was actually some arrests today. And the Instagram thing is the youth that these people that we're seeing in these networks on Instagram are so young. We're talking 13, 14, 15. So yeah, I think Instagram is one to watch and one that we need to be talking about much more.
Thank you, Joe, for this really detailed answer. I should have said before we are a bit running out of time, so we have 5-6 more minutes. So I'm sorry to ask everyone to be short on time, and I didn't want to interrupt you, Joe, but yeah, you're the first. So okay, so please, Ofra, Miro, and Rebecca, if you just could proceed. Would be interested to hear your opinions on the raised questions.
So, Mike, I actually didn't really understand the first question, but I can give a very short answer on the Instagram question as well, because we have a couple of CAR fellows who work on this. So Eliane Leidig, she writes about the female influencers on Instagram. And Ashley Matthijs, she also has a similar work on housewives, American housewives who are very influential in spreading anti-vaccine thoughts using Instagram, because it's a visual platform and you can like post pictures of your family, and people feel much more attracted to that and see themselves also reflected in that. And I wrote a blog post recently on the use of cats by far-right politicians on Instagram, because oftentimes far-right politicians are super stigmatized, but then on Instagram, they can clearly show a different view. And this is also much more attractive, perhaps, to people who are not so fond of the very anti-Islamic ideas. So it might also be a first kind of like entrance point in getting into far-right ideas. And perhaps you want to repeat the question, Mike, or we can continue in case we're very short on time. Yeah?
I can repeat. It's if media reporting about deplatforming is increasing their reach, so a kind of non-intended consequence that deplatforming leads to media attention that would, in a way, support. But it's difficult to answer in a very short time, but if you have a question.
I really actually also have no idea. I mean, I could say like, Leonie de Jonge, she writes on how differences in media reporting on far-right politicians, for example, lead to different outcomes in their success. But I actually have no clue how this would work out for deplatforming. Of course, you also have these studies that show that focusing, like media reporting on Pepe the Frog, for example, only increased its visibility. But I don't know how this works for deplatforming, considering that they're probably already offline. So I would not know that, actually.
Okay, yes, it was a difficult question, but maybe also you are interested, and all the others, to answer them later in the house space. So I would give Miro and Rebecca the last minutes for the panel, and hopefully the brief answer.
Short on NetzDG is always really complicated because it's such a much problems that come with it. First of all, I would say that NetzDG has a lot of problems that basically show a misunderstanding of how the internet operates today. For example, gaming platforms are not in NetzDG, Telegram is not in NetzDG, it's seen as a private messenger, like you argue in your report. Other problems, I think I have problems with the state regulating content online that's not illegal. And I think there are a lot of other different steps you can take to help with this problem way more. For example, we clearly see that victims of harassment, victims that go to the police are often not taken seriously. A lot of the laws didn't get updated to kind of reflect how these offenses are different in the online spaces. There's way too less resources for judges, for investigators, for the police to kind of follow up on all these things. So I don't think we need the government to decide non-illegal speech, how it should be regulated online. I think there are a wealth of other topics that we need to tackle first. And on Instagram, definitely it's a real big problem. Like Joe said, there are 14-year kids that engage with Atomwaffendivision propaganda, with terrorist group propaganda on Instagram. It's really scary to see. I think the problem is that it's way more insular, and it's not like on Facebook where you comment on each pages and you can have protected accounts. But I see a lot of terrorist content that's being shared with very young people on Instagram.
interesting and worrisome. Thank you, Miro. Rebecca?
All right, I'll do my best to wrap up quickly. Yeah, in terms of far-right influencers and the economics, I mean, economic incentives can play a huge role in why people choose to broadcast far-right content. There can be money in it. The most successful people have found it to be very lucrative. There is often audience demand for people to make further and further right content, and so they will often do so to appease their audiences, perhaps even radicalizing themselves along the way. So removing the economic incentive is really important, and in fact, there has been a parallel deplatforming movement on payment processing sites such as PayPal and Patreon. There are still complications with it on a platform like YouTube. They sometimes choose to take content down altogether. They sometimes choose to simply demonetize it or remove the ability to get ad revenue. But they're not particularly transparent with how and when they make those decisions. So it can be really difficult to parse the logic behind how they're doing it. And then in terms of Instagram, the other thing I will just say, adding on to Afro's comment, is that far-right influencers are very adept at using Instagram aesthetics to draw people in. Many of them, you wouldn't even know they're not just, they look like a regular beauty YouTuber on Instagram. And then when you seek out their content on a different platform, that's where you get exposed to their far-right content. So it can be a really effective way of kind of drawing people in.
Right, perfect. I think we're at the end of the panel. I think we learned a lot from all of our speakers from very different country contexts, from very different perspectives on this issue. And if you're interested, to continue the debate, I hope we do so in the house space. And I hope our speakers will be there to answer the rest of the questions that I couldn't ask. So there are a lot of questions, especially for Miro. I hope you have some time now. And thank you all for this. This panel was on the politics of deplatforming, and we go over to the deplatformers as in a way of strong communities and that could also deplatform far-right influences. But I go over to Nina, who will introduce the panel, and then over to my colleague Caroline, who will chair the panel. Thank you for your attention and enjoy the rest of the conference.
Thanks, Mike, and also thanks to our speakers. Bye, guys, and have fun at the house space. I'm pleased to introduce the second panel now und switche dafür auf Deutsch, denn Caro wird dann auf Englisch weitermachen. Wir kommen jetzt zu unserem zweiten Panel, und zwar unter dem Thema Creating and Strengthening Resilient Communities. Deplatforming ist natürlich keine Langzeitstrategie, und deshalb wird dieses Panel diskutieren, welche Strategien es denn gegen rechtsradikale Einflüsse gibt. Und moderiert wird von Caroline Schwarz. Und natürlich ist auch hier wieder Partizipation im House Space möglich. You guys, don't forget that this time you can also again participate at the house space, ask questions to our panelists that they will discuss after the panel discussion. Und die kurze PanelistInnenvorstellung auf Deutsch. Wir haben Tomasz Krysiak, er ist Experte im Bereich Cognitive Security und hat einen Schwerpunkt auf Extremismusprävention mit Jugendlichen. Dann haben wir dabei Christian Huberts, er ist Kultur- und Medienwissenschaftler und sein inhaltlicher Fokus ist die digitale Spielkultur in allen möglichen Facetten. Dann haben wir Gillian York, Sie forscht zum Einfluss von Technologie auf gesellschaftliche und kulturelle Normen und Werte, und außerdem ist sie Director for International Freedom of Expression. Und dann noch mit dabei unser vierter Gast, Vidya Ramalingam. Sie ist Gründerin von Moonshot CVE. Das ist eine Organisation, die es sich zur Aufgabe gemacht hat, mit Technologie gegen gewalttätigen Extremismus zu wirken. Und ich gebe das Panel weiter an den Chair. Caroline, wünsche viel Spaß bei der Paneldiskussion.
Danke, Nie. Hi, everyone. It's nice to see you, and welcome to Panel 2, Creating and Strengthening Resilient Communities. So we will look at the community side of things. I would like to begin the panel with welcoming you all and our first speaker will be Vidya Ramalingam, who is the founder of Moonshot CVE, an organization that uses technology to disrupt and counter violent extremism globally. She directs the overall strategy and oversees campaigns, software development, and digital projects in over 25 countries. And under her leadership, Moonshot CVE has pioneered new partnerships with tech companies to respond to violent extremism on their platforms, online intervention programs to pull individuals out of violent movements, and the use of automated messaging to disrupt hate groups online. Vidya has focused much of the past decade working to counter right-wing extremism and terrorism. Following the 22nd of July 2011 attacks in Norway, she led the European Union's first intergovernmental initiative on right-wing extremism, initiated by the governments of Sweden, Norway, Denmark, Finland, and the Netherlands, and launched by the EU Commissioner for Home Affairs. Vidya also serves on the board of Life After Hate, an organization set up by former white supremacists to help individuals leave hate groups. Your talk. Thank you for being here.
Thank you so much for the introduction. I will try and share my screen now so I can share a few slides with you. Let me see if that works. Great. I think that's all good.
Great. Yeah.
Great, thank you. Hi, everyone. It's such a pleasure to be here with you all. I'm Vidya Ramalingam, founder of Moonshot. As mentioned, we're an organization that works both with NGOs, but also with governments and tech companies, specifically to respond to violent extremism online. And we really do work globally across all countries and across all forms of extremism. But as mentioned, my work and my personal mission over the last decade has really been focused on far-right extremism, so I'm going to focus on that today. In the past several years, there has been so much focus by online service providers and by the tech companies in particular to detect and remove extremist content. Now, removal of content is, of course, so important, especially in creating safer online spaces that are less likely to be abused by far-right extremists. However, content removal on its own won't stem far-right extremism. And this is for three reasons. The first is there are still many spaces on the internet which are unmoderated and are not liable to bans or takedowns, and where this content can thrive. I'm just going to show you an example. This was a search that was entered into Google by an individual in Oslo, Norway, the day after the Christchurch massacre. Now, this same search was replicated across the globe, across numerous languages, and across search engines. Now, moments like this are not liable for takedown. For example, a Google search can't be blocked or removed. You can enter anything you'd like into a search engine. And more often than not, when you search for violent extremist or hate content on Google, it usually presents in the top search results. But secondly, so much far-right content may not even be eligible for takedowns according to the terms of services and the policies of many of the tech companies, both the large and the small ones. Often far-right extremist groups walk the line, the line of legality when it comes to the online space, and they usually do that very well, which means a lot of their content stays online. But the third reason that content removal is not enough is when content is removed, the post or the account is deleted, but not the individual who posted it. That person still exists, and they might continue to repost online or to move to another platform, or they just may be deeply vulnerable and may pose a threat to the community around them. So content moderation and removal is important, but it cannot be the solution to far-right extremism online alone. There are several tiers of programming which NGOs, which communities can deliver in partnership with governments and the tech companies or on their own to reduce the risk posed by far-right extremism online. And I'm going to walk through these particular four categories, and I want to give you some examples of what we're finding effective in Moonshot's delivery of these methods. To start with the first on this list, coordinated disruption of their networks. So given the limited moderation of far-right content online, as I mentioned earlier, organizations like ours have no trouble finding these audiences and groups online. The way we do this is we build up databases of the hundreds of thousands of risk indicators that show us online that someone might be getting involved. So the keywords that they're using, the phrases they're using, the slogans, literature, the propaganda, the music that they share online. These are just some examples. Now, people at risk of far-right extremism use these terms, and they leave us what I like to call a digital footprint, a trail of clues, essentially, in the online space, which can allow us to find them and find the spaces where they're sharing this content. This can allow organizations like ours to pinpoint these groups online, isolate them, and run targeted disruption campaigns. So we aim to inject a range of nonviolent content into these communities online, flooding them with safer alternatives to violence. The aims of these kinds of initiatives are to disrupt these groups' abilities to reach their followers, to make it less attractive to be a part of these communities online. And when these groups disband as a result of this, they often have to reform themselves and they inevitably lose followers. This has proven really effective in the fight against Daesh and ISIS online. It's led to the disbanding of entire Telegram ecosystems, but it's newer for responding to the far right. And given the scale of the threat and given the relative lack of moderation by tech companies, it's an option which we tend to find viable online. Now, the next example I'm going to give here is safeguarding users at risk of far-right extremism. So we run global prevention and safeguarding campaigns to reach users who might be at risk in a number of countries and offer them safer alternatives. One example is we partnered with Google to repurpose advertising technology. This is to reach violent extremist people at risk of far-right extremism with content which might either discredit these ideologies or simply offer safer alternatives. How does it work? Essentially, what we're doing is we're repurposing tools which were developed for commercial purposes, so used by big brands to sell us products, and we're using them for social good. So when someone searches for far-right extremist content, the very first piece of content they will see will be safer alternatives. The aim is to give every person searching for hate content the choice to consume safer content, and to offer them alternatives that will keep them engaged, will plant seeds of doubt, and maybe even grant them the possibility for long-term change. And this is a method, it's called the redirect method. We roll it out globally in partnership with a number of international NGOs, with governments, and with tech companies in the fight against violence online. It's just one example. Off-ramping. So there's a number of learnings which can come from really decades of offline prevention and intervention models when it comes to dealing with far-right extremism, which can start to be applied online. So over the past many years, in places like Scandinavia and in Germany over the past decade, there has been increasing evidence around the efficacy of one-to-one counseling and social work interventions with right-wing extremists. Some of these are operating under the exit model. These programs basically aim to work one-on-one with individuals and pull them out of movements. These same social work methods can be applied in the online space to find people who are posting, engaging, or sympathizing with far-right content and reach them with services. So not just services through the online space, but also services they can interact with offline. This can be done through offering these individuals service content, so videos, manuals, self-help guides, or it can be done through signposting them directly to a local offline service, like a chat with a counselor or a hotline to call. We've even run programs in which social workers reach directly out to internet users and try and start conversations. In some of our global tests, we have found consistently, we've been testing this over the last several years, we find consistently that far-right extremists are disproportionately likely to engage with offers of assistance when offered online. We found that far-right extremists were 48% more likely to engage with mental health and service content than the general public. And if they were looking to join a violent group, they were 115% more likely to engage with these offers of assistance. So again, this is the sort of evidence that we're using to start to try and test out the delivery of social work online, proactive social work with people who are posting and engaging with violent content. And I want to just quickly touch on this last point, this last option around how we can respond online, which is crisis messaging. Far-right extremist movements thrive on moments of crisis, and for white supremacists in particular, their ideology is really premised on the notion that a race war is coming. So crises are moments where we see these actors grasping to turn fear and anxiety in society into an opportunity for them. And following every international attack by a far-right terrorist, we tend to monitor and see spikes in engagement with this sort of content online. The data you're seeing here is data from the United States. In the week immediately following the El Paso attack, we tracked a 54% increase in attempts to access far-right content across the entire US. That's in the week immediately following the attack. And you can see a much more significant increase when it comes to desire to harm individuals from particular communities, like Jewish Americans, Black Americans, and Mexicans in the American case. We see this trend repeated across the globe. Every time an attack happens, we see a spike in engagement with the online space, with hate online. So what this shows us is that we need to be responsive and step up our proactive prevention and safeguarding efforts online, specifically in the immediate aftermath of crises. So crisis messaging is an incredibly important opportunity for us to reach individuals when they're most at risk. I am going to stop sharing my screen there. And thank you so much. I'm looking forward to the discussion.
Thank you so much. I will give a few sentences in German, so the German-speaking audience can follow along. So, Vidya hat über unmoderierte Orte im Internet gesprochen, in denen es auch extremistischen Content gibt, zum Beispiel einfach in der Google-Suche oder in der Suchmaschinensuche generell, wo die Moderation nicht so möglich ist, wie wir es bei den Plattformen im Prinzip kennen. Und das Problem tritt eben auch auf diesen Orten auf. Und nach dem Deplatforming ziehen Menschen eben auch weiter auf andere Plattformen. Als effektive Strategien hat Vidya benannt die koordinierte Disruption von Plattformen, Prävention, die abgezielt ist auf Menschen, die im Risiko sind oder dafür empfänglich sind für extremistischen Content und noch erreichbar sind, eben aber auch die Alternativen aufzuzeigen für diesen Bereich. Zusätzlich ging es auch um Offline-Programme, also die Möglichkeiten, Menschen auch in Deradikalisierungsprogramme abseits des Internets zu schicken und eben auch, dass es wirklich nötig ist, im Zusammenhang mit terroristischen Anschlägen unmittelbar danach, wenn sehr viele Menschen eben entsprechenden Content im Internet aufsuchen, dort auch aktiv zu werden. So, switching back again, we're going to hear another talk by Tomasz Krysiak, who is an expert on cognitive security, and as a project and communication manager for the Checkbot project, he prepared dozens of media literacy seminars and programs aimed at the potential impact on misinformation and other manipulation. In the recent past, he has had a strong focus on the de-radicalization of youth, and the result of his work was Slobodovo. I'm sorry, Tomasz, I'm butchering this. An educational project that focused on assessing opportunities and learning new skills such as empathy, cooperation, and addressing and solving complex tasks for young Slovaks. Welcome.
Thank you, Alex, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to present our Slovak way, how to combat the ways that our society is being radicalized, mainly online, and how we are working with especially young people, how to prevent that from happening. I will share my screen with you, and give me a second. So what I want to present now are the communication challenges in our contemporary age here in Slovakia and what they created and how it helped the far right to expand their activities and have more influence on our society. So there are four main issues that we are focusing on in our work. And we are trying to tackle the problem of hate speech, the problem of influence of disinformation, as well as the problem of rise of toxic nationalism, and the problem of crisis of critical thinking and trust towards media and institutions. And for each of these problems, we have created a separate, unique way how to tackle them in different manners. And I will present that followingly. So regarding hate speech in Slovakia, we have implemented a model called I Am Here from Scandinavia, which was brought here to Slovakia in 2017 by Veronika Klindová. And what she did was she managed to create a group of more than 6,000 people who are actively focusing on debates where hate speech is being present. And they tackle that hate speech by empathy and facts. And actually they are creating this grassroots movement that is continuously helping to cultivate the debate in Slovakia, not giving space to hate or radical forms of discussions to be normalized. And therefore, well, this way the society itself is preventing from becoming more radicalized than before. Another aspect is the influence of disinformation. And here there are three active institutions, actually, that are presenting unique models of how to not only tackle, but also how to monitor the influence of disinformation in the country. For instance, the initiative called Berichts Online, it's a vast, publicly accessible tool which consists more than 1,800 sources of propaganda and disinformation that are active on Slovak Facebook alone. And for instance, this particular database is set up to make people aware that what are the sources of disinformation and where should people actually find information that they should trust. Because our practice in Slovakia shows that the rise of toxic nationalism or belief in systems and agenda and the thoughts that are presented by far right are often connected to the power of disinformation in our context. Also, the second project is called Konspiratori.sk. It's all about conspirators, and basically this particular tool presents a solution for companies that don't want their ads presented on pages that are promoting disinformation or propaganda, or have content which can be graded as far right or extremists. Therefore, this initiative itself is trying to make the overall structure here in Slovakia be more aware that paying your ads for sites that are presenting that message is only proving to give them more power in sharing that toxic message to society. Therefore, to stop the influence of disinformation, it is not only important to speak about this with the public and make people aware of the issue and make them more responsible when it comes to information diet, but also make them aware that we can all prevent support of the disinformation media by, for instance, deciding not to pay for the ads themselves. Also, the great issue is the rise of toxic nationalism, particularly here in Slovakia, presented by one political party, which for another, they are for the parliament for the second time already. They have something like 9% when it comes to public opinions, when it comes to people asking whether they would vote for them. And they have a lot of proxy influence on internet and social media. There's plenty of channels that are copying the alt-right narratives. And in order to tackle their influence in Slovakia, we were never able to actually persuade Facebook or Google to actually diminish their influence. But instead, we created channels that were making people aware that it's okay to be proud about your country, but you don't have to hate others. So we are promoting the model of being inclusive patriot, not a toxic nationalist. And therefore, we are creating like a competition of ideology for them. And it actually sticks to the young people. And this is, for instance, one of the outcomes we created recently. It's a comic book about their national hero, which was distributed freely to Slovak schools. and more than 3,000 copies were given freely to Slovak schools, and they tell the story of the first liberal Democrat here in Slovakia who died in 1918, the year the first Czechoslovak Republic was based. And basically we are trying to bring the story back to Slovak children so they would understand that our country has a history of a liberal democracy and therefore they should follow it. Also, we are working with projects like Freedom Town, Slobodovo, the one you were mentioning. And basically the whole session of Freedom Town is about creating a collective effort to come back to Czechoslovakia in 1930s and just overcome the crisis that happened without creating an atmosphere where hate would prevail and change the things that are happening in that particular town to repeat the sins of our history. And this session is actually very popular and is being reproduced in many schools in Slovakia. And also the last pillar that is creating a lot of fuss for the extremism here in Slovakia is the crisis of critical thinking and trust towards media institutions. And here we have two more initiatives. One of them is a tool. It's called Checkbot, which was created 2 years ago, and it helps Slovak to actually work with this chatbot on Facebook and be able to distinguish between what are the sources of trustworthy information and what sources of information should be avoided. Checkbot is using funny stories, humor, and a lot of very easy to understand messages, so people would be then able to recognize what is the landscape of modern media and why should they be especially careful, for instance, on Facebook and other modern platforms when it comes to sharing and consuming information. And also, Slovakia is one of the countries with a branch of Slovak Elves who are doing nothing else but fighting trolls and hunting them down and making sure that our internet is safer space. And again, it's all set by civil society, the civilians itself. And I truly believe that by making digital active citizens here in Slovakia more active, more confident that their actions actually contribute to our better future is a way forward to make our society even more immune to the next wave of advent of toxic nationalism. Thank you.
Again, I will just briefly summarize that for the German audience. So, Thomas hat über verschiedene Ansätze, die er selbst auch für sinnvoll hält, in Richtung extremistischer Inhalte im Internet gesprochen. Dazu über Hate Speech und Möglichkeiten gegen Hate Speech vorzugehen, aber auch über den Einfluss von Desinformation, über toxischen Nationalismus, die Krise des kritischen Denkens und aber auch des Vertrauens in Medien und Institutionen und hat eben aber auch viel über die Rolle von Empathie gesprochen und darüber, dass es eben sinnvoll ist, den Zugang über verschiedene Tools und Projekte zu wählen, online zum Beispiel, aber auch offline oder über Comics, über einen Chatbot zur Förderung kritischen Denkens und der Medien- und Informationskompetenz. An dieser Stelle eine kurze Erinnerung. Wir können über das Housebase auch noch weitere Fragen an unsere spannenden Panelistinnen mit aufnehmen. Please remember you can still ask your questions for our panelists on Housebase. So the next speaker will be Gillian. Gillian C. York is a writer and activist whose work examines the impact of technology on our societal and cultural values. She is based in Berlin, so hi there. She is the director for international freedom of expression at the Electronic Frontier Foundation and a fellow at the Center for Internet and Human Rights at the European University Viadrina. She is also the author of the forthcoming book Silicon Values, The Future of Free Speech Under Surveillance Capitalism, which will be out in March, and I'm very much looking forward to it. Hi.
Hi, thank you. I was looking to see if I had my copy close enough to hold it up, but it's way over there. So hello, yes. So I have to say I'm an expert on content moderation, but I think I'm the least of the experts here on hate speech. So I'm going to focus on kind of the bigger picture of content moderation and the regulatory issues going on now and what this could look like in a sort of post-regulatory, post-competition world. So first of all, let me just say by dint of introduction that I've been working on content moderation for now over a decade, before it was well known as a phenomenon. I started looking at this 10 years ago when, or about 10 years ago, when the cases that I was seeing were not so much hate speech not being taken down, but rather the opposite phenomenon, which is legitimate speech, speech that is not hate speech or terrorist speech, being removed by companies for a variety of reasons. And I'll dig into that briefly in a moment. The first case that I looked at was, in fact, an individual in Morocco who was advocating for the separation of religion and state, and his speech was removed by Facebook as being hateful. I was able to get his account restored, but over the years, I've seen numerous cases of this. And as companies ramp up things like automation, particularly in the face of the pandemic, what we're seeing is a wide swath of legitimate expression additionally being removed, in addition to, of course, the things that we may want to see taken down. So I think right now we're facing a key moment, an inflection point for the field of content moderation and for the regulatory space. I focus a little bit more on Europe, but there's also plenty going on in the United States, particularly with respect to the potential for repeal of Section 230 or CDA 230 of the Communications Decency Act, which is the law that is, of course, talked about all the time, but I'll briefly mention it for those who may not be aware. It's what protects companies from liability for the content that they host. And so, of course, there are a number of reasons that people want to see this law or parts of it repealed. And yet, at the same time, it is this regulation that allows for potentially more competition and more platforms to grow in this space and create different areas, different spaces that will hopefully break some of these centralized filter bubbles, as well as diminish the potential for recruitment and propaganda on platforms. Of course, in the EU, I think people are much more aware of what we're seeing here, which is the forthcoming Digital Services Act, and I'll get to that in a moment. But I want to point out that I think that regulation doesn't always lead to good outcomes. There's a couple of reasons for this. One is some of the things that we're seeing with SESTA FOSTA in the United States, which was intended to protect people from abusive practices, but instead has had the result of broadly censoring not just sex workers, but also nudity, sexuality, gender expression, and different things like that. What the other more troubling negative outcome to me is the copycatting of laws like NetzDG in Germany in countries like Turkey, the Philippines, and Russia, where the intention is not necessarily as positive as it is here. The intention is to silence people, to silence journalists and other forms of legitimate expression. Another thing we've been seeing with NetzDG recently is the use of it, the abuse of it rather, by authoritarian states to censor their own critics. And it's so simple because the platforms have implemented it incorrectly. What that means is that any authoritarian or any actor can just VPN into Germany and get speech taken down that way. And don't have time for detail on that, but happy to get into it in House Space later. But as Vidya noted in her presentation, I think it's also really important to note that content moderation and regulation may be a solution, and I do believe that it is, particularly in a self-regulatory manner, to these different problems that we're seeing. And yet at the same time, it is also often a harm. For one thing, as I mentioned, automation is increasingly being used to remove particularly TVAC, terrorist and violent extremist content, but also increasingly other forms of hate speech, including things like hostility to certain groups, as I saw a recent policy framed recently. But unfortunately, it's not very effective in removing hate without having a broad scope of collateral damage. And one thing that I think is always really important to remember when we're talking about either regulation or self-regulation is that marginalized groups are often the first to be impacted by that collateral damage. So, of course, that Moroccan example I gave from a decade ago is the first one that I ever discovered. But some of the ones I've seen recently include Muslims engaging in counter speech against terrorist organizations, Syrians documenting war crimes in their country in the hopes that that evidence might be used in future tribunals, simply being erased by platforms like YouTube because it's graphic violence. As well as things like, just yesterday, I had a person come to me who was speaking back to anti-Semitic speech, and yet he was the one suspended rather than the person engaging in anti-Semitism. And so I think that what happens in the next year, especially the Digital Services Act in Europe, is going to play a strong role in what comes next, as will competition and antitrust. And that's the part that I want to just end with briefly. I think that there are some big questions here about whether or not this is going to help solve the problems that we're facing, both in terms of what we do want taken down and in terms of what's being wrongfully removed. So I think a lot of faith has been put into that, and I think it will give users far more choices, but what will that mean for regulation and self-regulation? And what do platform regulations look like outside of this monopolistic framework that we're living with right now, when users have more options and free choice? This is what I spend my time thinking about. So I think, for one thing, competition incentivizes better policymaking from newcomers to the market as they compete for users. Right now, some of the things that we're looking at EFF, and we've put into a set of EU policy principles for the Digital Services Act. I can hopefully pull that page up real quick in just a moment. These things include user choice. So for example, say I'm a user, I don't want to see dogs, I like cats only. Give me that option. If we've got automation in place, why use it for centralized censorship when you can use it to give users more choice, especially across other issues that are less pressing than things like incitement? I think, another big question on my mind is whether platforms should be reflecting the world at large in their policymaking, that is, proactively working toward minimizing harm through policies that limit expression, or whether they should be working toward creating a better world, as a lot of them said that they set out to do a decade ago. I think that this is a serious question that requires broader thinking than the sort of binary or black and white thinking that we have at this moment about this. It's frankly cheaper and easier for platforms to remove speech than it is for society to solve the problems at large, which is why we're seeing speech as the main target rather than root causes. And so what could some of this look like? I mean, I think that there are a lot of things here. Forward consent is one. Have the users always agree to any changes that are made in rules. I'm going to try to pull up that page right now before I finish speaking. Another one is, of course, user choice, as I mentioned before. And a big one for us is interoperability. I think that this is a really important facet of the conversation that is not always talked about. So I realize I'm giving you a lot of my screen right now, but just to point this page out, this is EFF's page on our EU policy. Oh, you can't see it. Yes, you can. On our EU policy principles for the Digital Services Act, I encourage folks who are engaged in this process to take a look. And so the 4 things that we're looking at, just to quickly sum: limited liability for platforms and no filter uploads. This is really important. And as we saw yesterday with the forthcoming terrorism regulation, it sounds like there will be no upload filters in that. So we may have one argument. Empowering users and innovators through interoperability practices, putting users first and giving them more control over what they see and how they engage, and particularly algorithmic transparency and choice in this matter. And then, of course, to fix what's broken, to ensure procedural justice, both at the regulatory level, as we've seen with things like the GDPR, but also at the platform level. And to just finish up, I'll point to the Santa Clara principles on transparency and accountability and content moderation, which were developed by a large group of civil society and are currently being redeveloped. And these look at a few different areas of transparency and, of course, remedy through the appeals process. So I'll finish there. Thank you for listening, and thanks for having me at this. It's been fascinating to hear the other talks as well.
Gillian hat über die Löschung von Inhalten, die eigentlich nicht gelöscht werden sollten, gesprochen. Das heißt, das sogenannte Overblocking in gewisser Weise. Aber auch über die Dezentralisierung von Plattformen, die jetzt relativ zentral durch eben diese wenigen großen Plattformen, die wir haben, stattgefunden hat. Und dabei hat sie auch darüber gesprochen, dass sie Bedenken hat bei dem bloßen Kopieren von Gesetzen, wie dem Netzwerkdurchsetzungsgesetz durch autoritäre Staaten, durch die Türkei und andere Beispiele, die sie genannt hat. Und zusätzlich, dass eben auch das zunehmende automatisierte Sperren von Inhalten ein Problem darstellt, nämlich zum Beispiel, wenn es über die Löschung von Dokumentationen, von Menschenrechtsverletzungen, von Kriegsverbrechen in Syrien geht, die von YouTube gesperrt werden. Zusätzlich hat sie ein paar Vorschläge formuliert, nämlich zum Beispiel das Dezentralisieren von gewissen Optionen, das heißt, dass UserInnen selbst auswählen können, welche Inhalte ihnen angezeigt werden sollen oder nicht, gerade bei den weniger oder mehr umstrittenen Inhalten. Und auch Interoperabilität, ein Wort, das ich auch in Deutsch nicht kann, gesprochen, und auch darüber, dass wir Probleme an der Wurzel anpacken können und sollten, nämlich Hate Speech und Co. sind eben auch Symptome einer Entwicklung unserer Gesellschaft, und hat nochmal auf die Santa Clara Principles in Sachen Transparenz hingewiesen. Switching back to English, you know the deal. So we have one last speaker in this panel who hasn't yet had his input. Christian Huberts studied cultural studies and aesthetic practice at the University of Hildesheim, and since 2009 successfully works as a cultural and media science publicist based in Berlin, so hi from another part of Berlin as well. And his focus is on the culture of digital games in all its facets. Your floor.
Hello, can you hear me? Thanks for inviting me, and thanks for all the other inputs from the other speakers. It was very interesting. Let me just share my screen for you. Hope you can all see it now. I like to talk about a common phenomenon when I and others try to point out the problems of parts of gaming, of the gaming culture, with the far right influence on this gaming culture. A few weeks ago, the German public service television channel ZDF published a short report on how right-wing actors try to infiltrate gaming culture, parts of the gaming culture. They pointed out, for example, the identitarian movement that tried to release a video game, jump and run, containing identitarian propaganda on the distribution platform Steam. But they also talked about terrorists using parts of gaming culture for framing their attacks. When you look at gaming culture, for example, at the community of the distribution platform Steam, it becomes pretty apparent quite soon that there's a lot of content very clearly associated with the far right. The identitarian movement has a page on Steam. There are pages and groups that want to smash cultural Marxism, and link to pages full of conspiracy theories about the New World Order. So these are just two examples. There are many more. So what this report by the ZDF did was point that out and also invite experts like me to also kind of put it into context and say, this is a problem that only concerns a small portion of gaming culture. But what most of gamers heard was it's a problem of all the gaming culture, and they reacted like it was a very general criticism of gaming culture and their favorite hobby. As you can see, many viewers of the report put their thumb down on it. This is something that we encounter very often when we try to talk about how the far right tries to influence gaming culture, of the presence of the far right inside of gaming culture. My theory is that we see here a phenomenon that the Dutch cultural anthropologist Johan Heusinger already encountered when he looked at play communities in general. So what we can see when we look at play communities is that play communities are very much more lenient towards false players and cheats, for example, like the identitarian movement creating a game that is obviously propaganda, but does not in any way put gaming culture into question. It just adds to gaming culture and has this hidden agenda of spreading their propaganda. But at the same time, play communities tend to treat spoil sports very differently, much more harshly. A spoil sport would be someone like me pointing out that this game of the identitarian movement is a problem because it spreads identitarian propaganda. I'm a spoil sport because I point that out. I bring the struggles of everyday life into the magic cycle of the game. And many play communities then react with criticism against this criticism or with open opposition. So that could very perfectly be seen when a lot of YouTubers and influencers from outside of gaming culture reacted to this report. They nearly completely focused on how bad this report of the ZDF was. That's not completely false. It has had many flaws. It showed a lot of examples of right-wing influence that were very easily to be dismissed, like the famous or now famous Minecraft Hitler. So that could just say, okay, this is obviously a joke. This is not right-wing influence. So, but they also tried to, downplay, for example, anti-Muslim right-wing memes like remove kebab, or they said, okay, when the ZDF wants Steam to ban right-wing groups, then Steam also should ban Antifa groups. So, yeah. And of course, the far right also used this backlash against this report to spread their own agenda, to antagonize the public service broadcast of Germany. Yeah. And of course, they also try to antagonize me. But luckily, in the last few months and years, more and more institutions, projects from gaming culture try to flip this narrative and try to show that not the people criticizing far-right influence on gaming culture are the spoil sports, but far-right actors trying to influence gaming cultures out of spoil sports. So one example, for example, is the initiative Hier spielt Vielfalt, Here plays diversity, by the Association of the German Games Industry Game, who try to make all the members aware that they should carry values like condemning right-wing radicalization and extremism into their communities. So another very new movement is Kein Pixel den Faschisten, No Pixels for Fascists. It's a self-organized group that try to raise awareness for this right-wing influence on gaming culture. They try to inform the public, but also other gamers about common codes the far-right uses inside of the gaming culture, and try to find new ways of battling these influences. And the last example I want to show you is Good Gaming, Well Played Democracy by the Amadeo Antonio Foundation, another project focusing on campaigns that try to strengthening the digital civil society in gaming. And for example, through instruments like digital streetwork, try to reach out to individual gamers that seem to be on a path of radicalization, instead of trying to ban groups or something like that. So far from me, thanks for your attention. I'm looking forward to questions. Yeah.
Christian hat über Gaming-Kultur und den Einfluss rechtsextremer Akteure gesprochen, vor allem auch über ablehnende Reaktionen von einigen Vertretern aus der Ecke der Gaming-Kultur, würde ich vorsichtig sagen, die sich auch als Verteidiger der Gaming-Kultur aufspielen, mehr oder minder, und Kritiker eben als Spielverderber darstellen. Und über die verschiedenen Ablenkungsstrategien, die eben aus dieser Szene genutzt werden, um Kritik im Prinzip im Keim zu ersticken und die auch gar nicht konkret zu adressieren. Zusätzlich hat er gesprochen über die extreme Rechte, die sich eben diese Empörung und aber auch diese Verteidigung der Spielekultur, wie sie eben in diesen Bereichen wahrgenommen wird, daran andocken in gewisser Weise, und aber auch über die positiven Versuche oder die Versuche, positive Stimmung, positive Communities zu schaffen. Gesprochen hat zum Beispiel das Team Diversity, hier spielt Vielfalt erwähnt, kein Pixel den Faschisten, und aber auch Good Gaming, Well Played Democracy. We'll now switch back to English again. So we do have a few questions already from Housebase, so I will just first take those, and I do have some prepared myself because I don't always get the chance to talk to you guys. So first question is from Marie Schröter to Vidya. How does it work technically to have your set of indicators which lead the way to those groups? And what do you monitor exactly in order to avoid breaching surveillance regulation?
Thank you. That's a great question. There's so much that these groups and these actors are putting out into the public domain. So information that someone shares publicly, not within the bounds of any private conversations or behind anyone's privacy walls. So we don't even really need to go further than the public domain to find large volumes of these sorts of audiences sharing and engaging with hate content. So our starting point as an organization is really the digital footprints that these audiences share in the public domain. And everything we do as an organization has to be within the boundaries of GDPR. We hold ourselves, both because we have to and because we want to very high standards when it comes to ethics, data protection, and human rights. So what we do as an organization, bearing in mind that we're dealing with a lot of data from the online space, we actually subject ourselves to an independent human rights and ethics audit, which is delivered by a nonprofit which focuses on digital rights. And we give them access to everything that we're collecting, how we're collecting the data, how we're using it and processing it. And we do that annually to ensure that we're not finding and engaging in audiences in a way that's not compliant. But to the crux of that question, there's so much in the public domain that we can use to find these audiences.
One question to Jillian from Oliver. We currently observe a rise in voice messaging, not only in private messaging and messenger platforms, but also did Twitter recently just introduce the possibility to post tweets containing voice messages. My question here, so his question, are there even consideration within the platforms on how to moderate this kind of content, and who would listen to all this potentially harmful content?
Yeah, no, I think that's a fantastic question. So let me separate it into two categories. On the one hand, you have voice messages in encrypted or private channels such as Messenger, WhatsApp, etc. That's going to be, if we continue with encryption, intent encryption in its current form, that's going to be impossible virtually to moderate. And frankly, from my perspective, I would find it troublesome as well. But let's talk about public content for a minute, because that's a very different story. I can't say honestly whether companies are thinking about this, but I would imagine that they are. I personally haven't had any conversations around it. But I can certainly say that automation is going to be what's listening to them. Right now, automation is used for nearly every type of moderation of speech. Some platforms use it to simply flag content that's then seen by a human moderator. Facebook is one example of a platform that's using automation to remove content, which sometimes really leads to things like endless loops of appeals for users trying to get some sort of remedy. And so when it comes to audio content, I think that what we're most likely to see is, and this is speculation, but what we're most likely to see is what we're seeing with video content, which is high error rates. There are some things that are detectable more easily than others when it comes to video or audio. Things like, gunshots can be easily classified and identified, whereas things like graphic violence are really hard to make determinations around because of the fact that they can be used in fictional contexts or other contexts, satirical ones. And so with audio, I think we're going to see a lot of the same problems. If you use things like voice translators or Google voicemail services, for example, you can see just how bad the technology is at this point. And so that's what worries me there, is that using automation for that is nearly impossible to get right, but using humans is almost impossible at scale.
Thank you. I would address one question to Tomasz, because I think what we rarely talk about, or at least we in Germany tend to not really talk about, is how the question of moderating speech is also a question of what kind of people are working, or if there are even any people working at these platforms who speak the language. So do you feel that this is a problem, particular with like the Slovak language and a smaller country like yours? Like in comparison to English and like the many places around the world where people speak English.
Thank you for that question, because it's very relevant. And yes, in Slovakia, we lack content moderators a lot. And even people who are working in the field of information security have no clear information from Facebook or any other major company that what is the exact number of people who are working on that in that field, particularly in our region. And we don't really know whether the people who are working as content moderators for Slovakia do speak Slovak, or whether they understand the context of culture, current events, politics, or any other context that is important for this role. And we only hear rumors, basically, that there are some people who are working in that position in Ireland or in Germany, but there is no such center here in Slovakia. And we see it as a great I would say issue, because in my experience in the recent years, I have seen many cases where the far-right sites were left intact and their hate speech was left intact. But otherwise, many people who were actually tackling hate speech or tackling the groups that were sharing and disseminating such messages were then removed from Facebook, because they were reported so many times by the neo-Nazi groups or far-right groups that they themselves got removed, but not the perpetrators. So yes, there is a huge space for improvement, and also there would be a lot of space for transparency from the companies, because we, the people who are working in this field, lack any information. Yet when it comes to public, I believe that the people in Slovakia are completely unaware of the scale of the issue.
Thank you so much. One question for Christian. So Stefan Hoffmann says, I also experienced the extreme reaction when I tweeted about the ZDF documentary. Do you know anything about the background of the reactions? So were these spontaneous reactions of some gamers, or was it somehow organized in some way?
I think most of the reactions were spontaneous. So the problem with critique of gaming culture is that it's not the first time gaming culture gets criticized for something. 10 years ago in Germany, we had the so-called killer game debate, where politicians and media really tried to ban certain kinds of video games and didn't have a lot of goodwill towards gaming culture, and many gamers, many people from gaming culture still remember these times. And I have all the feeling that they kind of project the past on the problems of now. But there are also signs of orchestration. So it doesn't take a lot for far-right groups and influencers to kind of shift the atmosphere towards just bashing on this report. Like I said, the report has a lot of problems, but I think not one of the problems warrants the kind of reaction to it. So, and personal, in my Twitter feed, what I see are a lot of identitarians trying to attack me, trying to organize others to vote down the video of the ZDF. There are people from the so-called Drachen game in Germany, a social phenomenon where a group of hooligans, neo-Nazis, and online trolls try to harass a YouTuber, and that are now also looking for new targets. So I think it's a mixture of a mostly spontaneous reaction that gets ignited and pushed forward by organized attempts to further the negative reaction to this report.
Thank you. I kind of want to add on that, but want to address this one to all of you, because what I've seen this year as well, and Christian kind of mentioned it in passing right now, is that one of the key strategies many of these actors have is organizing to downvote YouTube videos, which in my opinion is kind of silly in a way, looking at it. But it kind of also works because there are media houses, there are journalists who feel like this is saying something about the quality of their work, or they have to react to it because there are so many downvotes. So I would like to hear from you if this is the same, for example, in the UK or in Slovakia or in the US, if Jillian can address that. Yeah, maybe start with Vidya.
Sure, I'll answer briefly because it's certainly not my area of expertise, but I suppose an overarching point here is that these groups are very organized online. They can organize action really rapidly in ways that sometimes we as organizations and as communities that are responding are sometimes slower. And so the downvoting issue is something we've certainly seen in the UK, and we also do work in the US as well. I know Jillian will speak to that. But certainly we see these groups mobilizing to try and stymie and make harder the work of those that are trying to deliver positive responses. And it remains a major challenge. But I'll leave to the other speakers because it's not my main area of expertise.
Tomasz?
The practice is not really used here in Slovakia, and I would say that the far-right groups that are using proxies as channels to influence the population, they are mostly focused on creating high-quality content, which then they use to influence population with very actualized propaganda, and they don't really have to use that tool because as the practice in Slovakia shows, they are often the ones who are creating content which is creating fear or anger, and those elements of emotion are just fueling that content, and it's being seen and shared by, well, tens and hundreds of thousands only here in Slovakia. So they don't really have to organize themselves and downvote any videos.
Thank you. Jillian? If you want to add to that.
No, I'm not sure that I have much to add. I'm afraid I don't study the US context, so I'm not sure what I could add there. Sorry.
No, sure, no problem. Then I have another one from Anne Roth. To anyone who feels they have something to share, have you come across research or strategies looking at organized masculinists, I'm not sure, claiming to protect fathers' rights while targeting feminists, or actually strengthening the targeted feminist communities? If anyone has something to share.
I'm not sure I fully understand the question.
Is there any research or is there any publications on how masculinists are using like fathers' rights or like claiming this to be their thing and using the internet to target feminists, either organized or not? Sorry, Anna. I think this one didn't go well. But I think I do have one question for, I think, Jillian, but I would like to see if any of you do have input on that as well. So you were talking about the Network Enforcement Act and how it is being copied to other places. And there has been a lot of critique on the act itself in Germany as well, like people from civil society raising concerns about overblocking and things like that. But my question is more on your general idea on what states could do to do more or do better, honestly. But I also, just one question for you, because I've always been thinking about that, is would authoritarian regimes not come up with something oppressing free speech or like speech online if the German policy guys wouldn't have come up with it? You know what I mean? I mean, it's obviously copied, but it's also they could have come up with it themselves, I always think.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think it's really important that we not diminish the intelligence of authoritarian regimes. I think that's a very risky move, but I think that let me use a really ridiculous comparison. Monarchy is a great comparison here because we think about, okay, a lot of the monarchies around the world are some of the most repressive regimes. And yet you also have several European monarchies that are legitimizing and normalizing the very practice of monarchy, which personally I find quite problematic. Porting this over to this example, it's not that authoritarian regimes wouldn't come up with these ideas. It's that Germany's legitimizing an inherently bad idea in a number of other states by continuing to push it forward. Now, let me say that I'm not coming from a free speech perspective on this. I don't think it's wrong to remove Nazis from platforms. What I think the problem here is not only the fact that this is being abused by authoritarian regimes, literally NetzDG is being abused by authoritarian states by just VPNing and pretending to be German. And that's an implementation problem as far as I understand it, not a regulatory one. But I think the other issue there is that that Germany is legitimizing the fragmentation of the web. So yes, I mean, I understand the sovereignty issue here, although I'm not much of a borders person myself. I understand the sovereignty issue here with Germany saying, we don't want to see this in our space. And yet at the same time, they're creating a situation where it's actually made it harder for me as a US user living in Germany, or a US person living in Germany rather. I have a harder time reporting harassment because I can only do it in the German language and by understanding German law. And we're talking about a country that opened its doors to millions of people 5 years ago and then doesn't do anything to accommodate their language. And so I think that we need to think about it in that context as well, that it's made it harder in some cases for people to report things that they need to have taken down.
What can we do, or what can policymakers do, really, would be another question. First, Jillian, but maybe the others
is I think the Digital Service Act is a great opportunity to harmonize these issues, or harmonize these practices. This is definitely one of the conversations that's on the table right now, is ensuring that platforms create, I hate the term harmonization, but a harmonious method of reporting across the board so that users in different countries, at least across the EU, have the same reporting experience. And so it's not that countries can't create their own laws about what is or is not allowed, but rather that users have a seamless experience in an international and increasingly internationalized world.
Does anyone want to add to that? Can see you all. If not, I do have another question, and I think this applies to other places around the world. So we've seen in 2020, but we've also seen it in the years before, that Telegram increasingly is the platform that far-right extremists go to. So my question would be maybe on the regulating part there as well, because we have talked about the Network Enforcement Act, which does not use this for this kind of platform, because inherently it's a messaging platform. But I would also want to address the point that we do have more closed communities there in a certain way, because they also just share amongst each other, whereas on Facebook you do tend to sometimes come across other content as well, and on YouTube as well. So we have been talking in Germany a lot about going into communities to address them and maybe address radicalization there. So I would ask you if you have any ideas on how to address radicalization on Telegram, and who would be the one to go there? Would it be policymakers? Would it be civil society going there? Do we need to go there? Would be another question as well. Maybe Vidya can start. And this also applies if in your countries Telegram doesn't work the same way as in Germany, which happens, other channels or places on the internet that are less regulated or moderated.
Sure, I can start. My answer to that question would be we absolutely do need to go there. Every time there's a new platform that becomes a popular platform for these groups, our starting point is finding the best way both to interact with those users, but to intervene with them in the long term, and Telegram's no different. When we do work on Telegram, we have to get creative to find the right ways of identifying those audiences. Again, to the earlier question, within the bounds of GDPR, within the bounds of privacy granted to users on those platforms, we obviously cannot, nor would we want to be going into private one-to-one conversations. But we sometimes can take advantage of what these groups these groups, they need to find ways to publish their ideas and to get other new members interested and excited in their ideology. So they have to balance private conversations with public engagement, and the same applies on Telegram. Even though Telegram, it's an encrypted platform, it does facilitate private conversations, these groups tend to use a platform like Telegram also as a sounding board to get information out to wider audiences. And that provides an opportunity for those of us that both want to do research on those platforms to understand how they're spreading their messages, but also for those of us that are looking for the right venues to start conversations and to try and intervene. So we do try and drop content into Telegram circles where this information is being shared. We try to start conversations on Telegram with those users. It's early stage methods that we're testing to try and use Telegram as a venue to reach them, but it's certainly an important platform for those of us that are responding.
Thank you. Tomasz, maybe?
I would just add up that even though Telegram is really not a safe platform because a lot of shady and dangerous business is taking place there, in Slovak context, the radicals are no longer seeking such platforms to do their bidding. And currently, for instance, in Slovakia, the main issue is actually happening on Facebook, which is like the mainstream platform. And in Slovakia, there's over 2.4 million users of Facebook. And in recent months, we have seen a flood of disinformation, basically in groups that were created on Facebook, and tens of thousands of, hundreds of thousands of Slovaks were under direct influence of that propaganda and disinformation and hate speech that was disseminated through that channels. And therefore, the radicals here in Slovakia, they don't really have no means to use any other platforms. They are basically just using that one particular, which, because of lack of moderation, is still presenting a grave danger to the state of civil society and democracy in their country.
Thank you. Maybe, Christian, I would slightly rephrase that one to look at maybe closed Steam forums or chats or voice chats in video games. Do we need to go there? Who needs to go there? What happens there?
I think it's important to go there, but one very important thing is to go there in a way that's authentic. So not going there because you want to somehow reach the kids and tell them that the far right is bad. Ideally, you go there because you are already interested in gaming culture, you have some knowledge about gaming culture, and you are interested about learning gaming culture. Because only then the people will listen to you on those problems. If they realize that you don't know what you're talking about, that you're not really interested in the culture, because it is a very rich and interesting culture. If you show that you're not interested in that, they have, especially right-leaning actors in these communities will have a very easy job just pointing the finger at you and saying, here's one of those left-wing people trying to put politics into our politically neutral space. We just want to play games. So that is one of the standard strategies far-right or right-leaning actors have in those communities, to just say we are politically neutral, and everyone coming from the outside trying to try to spread their agenda, even if it's literally don't talk to Nazis. They will still say, please keep your politics out of our gaming zone. So that's a very important thing, to have an authentic interest in the culture. And then, it still has to, there's still the strategies on how to exactly talk to gamers, especially those that seem to be on a way of radicalizing themselves, have to still be developed. So I don't really know how to do that. But I think at least it's a good thing to try to maybe get them to other platforms where they get more counter speech, and not only or don't drop further down those echo chambers, get rerouted by far-right actors into closed-off Discord chats and the like.
Thank you. I do have one last question, and maybe we can do a quick round because we are almost running out of time here. So one question I do have would be for all of you, and I would appreciate it if you could keep it a bit short. So 30 seconds each. So one question that's really interesting to me, and we don't see much of this in Germany, is if you could choose between addressing youth and their behavior online or older people, who would you choose if you had to? And this was the last day you could choose. Starting with Jillian.
Oh, I think I need a moment to think. Is anyone else ready to jump in on that?
Maybe Thomas?
I would like to answer that question because here in Slovakia, the numbers show that the most affected by disinformation and radicalization are actually the older generation, the people in their 40s, 50s, and 60s. So I would definitely focus on those groups. And the young people in Slovakia are fortunately, I would say, clever enough to work with the new kinds of media and technology in a way that is safer, and they don't really are that keen on radicalization, and their position in life is not as threatened as those in their 40s, 50s, and 60s. So I would prefer to work with the older and.
Thank you. Maybe I'm really running out of time here. If you want to add something, Vidya, that would be the time now.
Sure, I would echo Tomas there that I would focus on the older population, largely because I think there's this young people being the most at risk of violent extremism. But when we look at audiences online, we tend to find roughly around 50% of the audience is under the age of 34. This is audiences engaging with far-right content. Roughly 50% of the audience is under the age of 34, but then we tend to see an even spread from age 35 to even over 65. And so I think there's an opportunity that we tend to miss to interact with those that are older and are maybe even newer to the digital space.
Thank you so much. Unfortunately, our time is up right now, but I do hope conversation goes on in house space after that, and we go on with this debate because I think it was really fruitful. So one thing is that we do have half an hour of a pause, of a break right now. We will continue at 6:30 p.m. German time, which will be a German panel, unfortunately, but feel free to still interact with us on House Space. Wir haben noch ein Podium zum Abschluss. Wir machen eine kurze Pause. Um 18:30 Uhr geht es weiter. Es gibt einen neuen Link auch auf der IDZ-Seite, den Sie online finden können. Unsere Gäste sind dann die Justizministerin Christine Lambrecht, Konstantin Kuhle, Katharina Nokun, Matthias Quent, Eva-Maria Kirschsieber, und wir freuen uns darauf, dass es weitergeht in einer halben Stunde. Dankeschön.